Thank you for joining the Intercourse Show. If you are not following along, the breaking news happening now is the live Sean Puffy Combs sentencing hearing that's happening at 10 a.m. this morning. We're still waiting for representatives to come out of the courtroom. As you can see, I believe they're based in D.C. here, and that hearing is taking place. So let's go ahead and join the.
it is great that we have Matthew's post. There is no live video inside the courtroom. Just so you know, I was checking the AP article, and it said here, according to court filings, Combs will address the court according to court filings. His defense team is also planning. Hold on a second here. Hold on. I got to fix this. I know you're not seeing anything right now. Let me fix that for you. Real quick, I'm going to fix that so you can see there. Just get that posted there. There we go. Oops. Okay. Combs will address the court according to court filings. His defense team is also planning to play a roughly 11-minute video. It features clips from home videos and chronicles Combs' business successes, philanthropy, and some of his sorrows, aimed at giving the judge a glimpse of what Combs' life could be like when he's no longer incarcerated. Okay, so hang on a moment here. There's a live from outside. Let's see if we have any more updates from inside. Nope, the latest update from inside is the one you just saw. I will show you again. Here it is. 10:11 a.m. Sean Combs is brought in white shirt. He puts his papers under the table, leans back and blows a kiss to the gallery, his mother. Brian Steele, one of his lawyers, I believe, standing next to him, whispering in his ear. So one of our viewers said, Zico says they're going to play his greatest hits. So I think we're going to hear from all four of his lawyers. I think we're going to have an 11-minute video that his defense team is going to play. Diddy himself is going to speak. Mia, which is a pseudonym for a former personal assistant who said Combs R-worded her in 2010, is going to speak. So a bunch of people speaking today at this hearing. I don't know how long it'll take for all these people to speak. But thanks to Matthew, we'll let you know what's going on in the courtroom. Where is it? This one? One moment here. No updates at the moment. I'll turn the sound back on outside so you can hear it for a second until I have another update. Thank you, Lauren Burt, for your support, and Stephanie Anderson, and Temi Dank, and Ken Lance, and Davidson Hayworth. Davidson Hayworth thinks the judge will be strict and he will get 11 years with 1 year time served. Ken Lance thinks he will get 2 years. Jeffrey Morley thinks he'll get time served. Thank you. Hold on a second here. There we go. Great. Let's see. Waiting for an update from inside the courtroom for you. No updates at the moment from Matthew Lee, who is inside the courtroom. Oh, breaking news. We have an update from Matthew. Update from Matthew. Here it is, guys. Here's the update from Matthew. Can you guys see this? 10:17 a.m. All rise. Clerk, this is U.S. versus Sean Combs. Judge, do we have the signed order of forfeiture? Prosecutor Slavic, yes, I am handing it up. Judge, first I'll go over that I have received and the pre-sentencing reports. I'll hear from the parties. Hold on, he'll tell you more. Hang on one moment here. Okay, so all rise. We're getting it. Matthew is so good at doing this. That is why I am bringing him to you. He is the best person for inside the courtroom reporting. He really tells you what's going on in there. Oh, okay, look, he just posted another update. Judge, I've received the defense's reply memo of October 2nd, yesterday, and the letter from Mr. Combs and the video that the defense plans to play here in court. I appreciated the letters. I've received the government's letters from Miss Ventura and others. I appreciate them. So this is, again, he's saying these are like the letters, people wrote letters in support and of Sean Combs and against him for this sentencing hearing. Okay, so he just said that. We have another update yet? Let's see. That's it so far. So that's what we've gotten so far from Matthew. It's right on the screen there. You can see it. It's right on the screen. All right, as soon as I have something more from Matthew, I will put it up on the screen for you. Bringing you live breaking news coverage here of the Diddy sentencing. President Trump posted that, hold on a second, I just want to mention something that it's not about this, but I want to give you an update on this, on something President Trump posted. Where is this thing here? President Trump has given a deadline. Let me just, for a brief interruption of our Diddy coverage, let me just show you what President Trump posted. I believe he has posted things like this before, but just want to show you here. He's talking about Hamas. He says, an agreement must be reached with Hamas by Sunday evening at 6 p.m. Washington, D.C. time. Every country has signed on. If this last chance agreement is not reached, all hell like no one has ever seen before will break out against Hamas. There will be peace in the Middle East one way or the other. Now, one thing I'm a bit confused about is, I don't know that Israel has been holding back anything from attacking Hamas for the last 2 years. If you've seen videos and pictures of Gaza, you know how strong the Israeli attack has been on Hamas the last couple of years. So I don't know what to make of this. But anyways, I am just letting you know that President Trump is giving a new deadline of Hamas of Sunday evening at 6 p.m. DC time. All right, I don't want to get all into that. I was just letting you know he posted this a short time ago. That's 4:09 p.m. Spain time. Okay. Anyways, let's get back to the Diddy, trial, the Diddy sentencing hearing. And let's see if Matthew has any reports from inside, any more from inside. We have a new updates from inside the courthouse. New updates from Matthew from inside the courthouse. Check it out. Matthew says, okay, look. Combs' lawyer, Alexandra Shapiro, we're going to submit a course evaluation from MDC. That's from the corrections, I think, MDC. I think that's from Metropolitan District of Corrections. So Combs' lawyer, we're going to submit a course evaluation from MDC. Prosecutor Slavic, we don't have a copy. Judge, Please give her one. Prosecutor Slavic, Mia no longer wishes to address the court today. Wow. Look at this. Mia, which is a pseudonym for Diddy's former personal assistant, she was going to address the court, encouraging a harsher sentence for Diddy. Mia no longer wishes to address the court here today, in part due to the letters submitted by the defense bullying. Prosecutor Slavic, we think the defense's letter violated Your Honor's rules. Judge, I thought the tone of the defense's letter was inappropriate. Ooh, and it should not happen again. I don't know what that letter said. Anyone beyond Mr. Combs? Combs' lawyer Steele, the Reverend and Mr. Combs' children will come up and stand together. So the judge says here that he thought the tone of the defense's letter was inappropriate. And the prosecution says that Mia, who is a former personal assistant of Diddy's, who was going to speak for a stronger sentence today, no longer wishes to speak, in part due to the letters submitted by the defense bullying. And the prosecutor said, we think the defense's letter violated Your Honor's rules. And the judge did say, I thought the tone of the defense's letter was inappropriate and it should not happen again. So the Reverend and Mr. Combs' children will come up and stand together. All right, is there a new post? Hold on a second. I got to keep refreshing this. Give me a moment here. Yes, new post from Matthew Lee. Combs' lawyer, also Giovanni from the program, judge, Ms. Slavic, prosecutor Slavic. Rule 32 only applies to the parties and victims. The court is within its rights to exclude character witnesses, citing this. Judge Furman has used this to limit defense witnesses. So they're discussing now who is going to speak for Diddy. And it sounds like maybe the prosecution wants to exclude somebody. This is thanks to Matthew Lee that we have this ongoing play-by-play. Matthew is great. Oh, hold on. I have an update from Matthew. Here it is. Judge, but I can allow them, correct? As I overruled the defense wanting to exclude Mia? Prosecutor Slavic, within your discretion. Judge, Mr. Steele, okay for the children and Dr. Johnson. So I guess that's the Reverend? Reverend Steele, Reverend Doctor. Judge, I'll think about the others. So the judge is going to allow Diddy's children to speak, okay? And he's going to, oopsie. Hold on a moment here. He's going to allow, hold on a second here. Is it Dr. Umar Johnson? Do I have this right? Is that the Reverend? Is that who it is? I don't know. One of the viewers can tell me. Hang on a moment here. One of our viewers says yes, another says no. So I'm not sure. Anyways, we'll see. Let me go back. All right. We have more posts, more updates from Matthew Lee in the courtroom. The updates are coming fast. Okay. Oh, no, this is not a new update. All right. So, again, just to go over, they've been talking about now who's going to be speaking today in the sentencing hearing. That's been a big topic so far. And Mia was going to speak. You can see here from the AP, article, a former personal assistant who said Combs blanked her in 2010 asked Subramanian to deliver a sentence that takes into account the ongoing danger my abuser poses to me and to others. The former assistant who testified under the pseudonym Mia is expected to speak today. Well, she's not speaking today. We just learned that. The prosecution said she's not speaking because Mia no longer wishes to address the court today, in part due to the letters submitted by the defense bullying, at which point we think the defense's letter violated Your Honor's rules. And the judge said, I thought the tone of the letter was inappropriate and it should not happen again. So besides Mr. Combs, who's going to speak, besides Diddy, the Reverend Dr. Johnson, I'm not positive who that is, and Mr. Combs, I have a guess, which I said before, and Mr. Combs's children will come up and stand together and speak, I guess, on Diddy's behalf today. Another update right now from Matthew Lee. Judge, now as to the objections. Hold on a second. Let me put it over here. Another update from Matthew Lee. Two updates from Matthew Lee. Judge, now as to the objections. The defense says acquitted conduct cannot be considered. There is no guidance from any court on this. We don't know what the jury was thinking, but it's about overlapping conduct, and it only impacts the advisory guidelines range. Judge, acquitted conduct can be considered, see U.S. versus Vaughn, Second Circuit, and other cases. Even matters that cannot be considered for the guidelines can be considered under 3553A. Now the U.S. objections, they argue for the criminal sexual abuse guideline. So here it seems that the defense said when you're doing sentencing, you can't consider conduct that he was acquitted for. Because stuff came up in the trial about what he did. I mean, like, for example, I think the jurors, I believe, saw videos. So there were certain facts about what he did that came out in the trial and testimony. And the defense was saying, well, you can't consider that in your sentencing. And what the judge says is, well, actually, the law says that you can consider acquitted conduct because, and he says it only impacts the advisory guidelines, not the actual sentence. I'm not a legal expert. I'm trying to just give you a basic idea of what he's saying. And now he says, now the U.S. objections, they argue for the criminal sexual abuse guidelines. So what does he say about that? Let's see. Do we have an update about that yet? No, we're waiting for the next update from Matthew. So the judge right now is talking about addressing some objections that both sides have had before the sentencing. So he just rejected a defense objection. The defense was saying that acquitted conduct cannot be considered. Okay, let's see here. Waiting for another update from Matthew, but he has not posted. He's really the best at this. Nobody does it like Matthew. Jonathan says, how can they consider crimes you didn't do insane? Well, look, I'm not a legal expert, but my guess is perhaps there are facts that came up in the there's there you have to think what is there. I don't think the judge is wrong that it's legally allowed. The judge is saying it's allowed to be considered for the guidelines. But maybe the point is that it's stuff that, for example, came up in the trial that everybody knows happened. And what you're not considering is you're not considering that he was guilty of a crime for those things. So again, it's a fair question why the law allows it, but I'm sure there's an argument for it. I don't think it's an oversight in the law. Now, you might not agree with it, but I would be careful to not jump to some hasty conclusion about it until you know the backstory of why it's allowed, which I don't know. But I'm sure it's not just something where it's like, oh, we forgot to deal with that. What a loophole in the law. I'm sure there must be a legal argument for it. But again, I don't know the details, so I understand the question, but I would be careful about drawing hasty conclusions. All right, let's see. Do we have any more updates here? No, we're still waiting for the next update from Matthew. But coming up, we're going to have people on both sides speaking. Diddy is going to speak. The defense is going to play an 11-minute video, supposedly, about Diddy, putting him in a positive light. Diddy's family is going to come up and speak. All right, wait a minute here. Here. Okay, Judge, new update from Matthew. Judge, there is little precedent on what. All right, so this is previously the judge said the prosecution had an objection. The prosecution argues for the criminal sexual abuse guideline. I guess that's to use a certain, the prosecution wants the judge to use a certain sentencing guideline. Judge, there is little precedent on what type of threat is required, but bodily harm makes most sense, concrete harms, to force Jane and Miss Ventura to engage in sex acts. Does this conduct establish the convicted conduct that it was the flight from Cannes? So I'm not a legal expert. What I think is happening here is the prosecution. So there's sentencing guidelines that provide guidelines to direct the sentencing from the judges. That I believe the judge can deviate from those, but probably more likely they stick within the guidelines from my amateur understanding. So they are important. So the prosecution it sounds like the prosecution wants the judge to use a certain more strict guideline, the criminal sexual abuse sentencing guideline. And the judge is talking about, well, given the conduct Diddy has done, probably that came up in this trial, does that conduct warrant the use of this guideline? So he's talking about the different conduct here. We'll see what he ultimately decides. I'm going to disappear for about 10 seconds. Hang on a second. Give me 10 seconds. All right, I'm back. I am back. All right, hang on a moment here. I'm not seeing any updates yet from Matthew from inside the courthouse. So we're waiting for another update from Matthew. Let me just thank our moderators. The sentencing is today. We're literally giving you a play-by-play via Matthew Lee of the sentencing hearing. And look, you can see after we'll have people speaking at the microphones. Thank you to Beth Mythical for moderating, Ruth Krafasi for moderating. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And Sabrina and Roberts May Queen, they're all moderating over on YouTube. Thank you so much. Also on Twitch, I wanted to shout out our moderators real quick over there. We have moderating right now Big Ball of Yarn, DeBears, Hearsay, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Tariak. Thanks also, CC, for your support on Twitch, and TCOD27 on Twitch. Linda Bell, Larry, Misha on X. On Facebook, we have moderators like Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Christina Neal, Paul Anderson, Shannon Davis Hughes. Thanks to all of our moderators. All right, do we have any updates from Matthew? Let's see. Yes, we have an update from Matthew, who has been Matthew Lee. Look, guys, here it is. Okay, now they're talking about whether to use a certain sentencing guideline. Judge, did that meet the requirement of bodily harm threat? There was evidence of that in the case with respect to the hotel nights and freak-offs. But in light of the constitutional questions raised, the court declines to apply the cross-references. But 3553A, since I can consider it under 3553A, it does not impact the sentence. All right, hold on a second. I'm just getting this up on the screen here. Wait. It does not impact the sentence. Next, Mr. Combs is marking of pads as legal. That was troubling, but the intention is not clear. The government could have pushed to clarify it, so I will not imply the enhancement. Okay, so as I understand what just happened here, again, I'm not a legal expert, but what was happening here is the judge was considering the request by the prosecution to apply a certain sentencing enhancement, which I think he referred to as I can show you here, as the judge called it the criminal sexual abuse guideline. And he basically went through his reasoning and said, I'm not going to apply that sentencing enhancement like the prosecution wants me to. He said basically the conditions that would require that the judge says were not met. So that would be, it sounds like a harsher sentence would have been more likely under that. So I don't know that that's really a surprise. Maybe the prosecution was just asking for it to ask for it. I don't know. But the judge said he's not going to do that. Hang on one second here. Again, it sounds like it's something that if the judge applied it would increase the severity of the sentence. Anyways, all right, do we have updates here? Oh, we have an update. We have an update right here, look. Judge, since I can consider, oh no, there's a new one here. Where's the one from 2 minutes ago? There's one from 2 minutes ago. Here, right there, 2 minutes ago. Two new posts from Matthew. Judge, the government objects to probation. And so this is another objection from the prosecution. The government objects to probation and not considering Jane and Miss Ventura as vulnerable victims. I overruled this objection. What made Combs' coercion effective was their condition. Anyway, the court would reach the same conclusion. Okay, I don't understand that whole objection from the prosecution and why the judge overruled it. I'm not going to attempt to, but that's what was said. Now, Mr. Combs's objections. Judge, Mr. Combs objects to characterizing Miss Ventura and Jane as victims. That is overruled. Mr. Combs also objects to the escorts that were characterized as victims. That is also overruled. They were transported for the purpose of engaging in commercial sex. So both sides have put forth objections, I guess, to what's happened so far. And he has overruled every single one of them before the sentencing hearing, before we start hearing from different people in the sentencing hearing. Okay? So again, I won't keep saying it, but clearly I'm not a legal expert. I'm not going to attempt to get into the legal reasoning. There's clearly a lot more to each of these legal issues with these objections, but we've heard the judge has gone through objections on both sides and he's overruled all of them so far. Okay. We haven't actually heard any of the speakers yet. We're about 45 minutes into the hearing. But he's still talking to the lawyers from both sides. Now, let me see here. Ooh, I should change the headline. Here we go. Okay. New post from Matthew. Matthew Lee says, the judge said there was Jules and Paul and Cabral, Jules, Reggie, and Rico. As to coercion, when something is voluntary, it is uncompelled. That is from Black's Law Dictionary. It's a broad concept. The threat to release videos and to Jane's homes, that's coercion. I'm not going to try to untangle all this, what the judge is saying right now. Maybe some of you who've really been following the trial closely and have a solid legal background can understand all of that. But that's the latest that was said in the hearing. Again, I am using Matthew Lee. He's at Inner City Press. He's fantastic. I'm paying Matthew to be able to show you his play-by-play. He does it better than anyone when he's in a courtroom. Gives you the play-by-play of what happens. You can follow Matthew at Inner City Press. So we're waiting for the next update from Matthew. Quick summary. Diddy was convicted of 2 counts in July of transportation to engage in prostitution. Each of those carries a maximum of 10 years in prison. The prosecution is asking for over 11 years total. The defense is asking that Diddy just get time served and can go home today. We will see what the judge ends up saying. Appreciate you being with us. I am in Madrid, Spain, and through the magic of technology, am covering this from Madrid, Spain. I apologize for any technical issues that might happen. They can happen when I'm on the road. We had one right at the start. Fortunately, it's gotten fixed for now. So thanks for your understanding and bearing with me as we bring you this live coverage while I am in Madrid, Spain. As soon as I have a new update from inside the courtroom, I will let you know. We are giving you the live updates from inside the courtroom via Matthew Lee. Hang on a moment here. Let me just check a couple things. Let me just check something while I'm waiting for Matthew's next update. Oh, I have something more about that whole thing with Mia. Okay. This is from the Washington Post. So, as Matthew said, Mia, who's a former employee of Sean Diddy Combs, she was going to speak today against Diddy, but the prosecution said she's no longer going to speak. And they said one reason she's not going to speak is due to a letter that was given, I think, to the court by the defense. So, the Washington Post says prosecutors said they learned that Mia no longer wished to speak in front of the court today. They said this was in part due to a letter submitted by the defense opposing her appearance. And prosecution said that letter was bullying. The judge said he agreed that the letter was inappropriate. And the letter, according to the Washington Post, the letter offered no legal argument for why Mia should not be allowed to speak, but accused her of being dishonest. And the judge said that tone was inappropriate and should not be done again. I'm still waiting for the next update from Matthew. Meanwhile, I'll turn the audio on outside. I don't know if that'll affect the sentencing at all. The fact that the judge today, a few minutes ago, said that the defense letter to the court was inappropriate and said, don't let it happen again. Hey, thanks to Cat Hoarder for your support. Thanks, Trippy, for your support. Trippy thinks the FBI and prosecution failed the victims. Thank you, Sydney, for the memberships. Thanks, Jennifer Gilly. Thank you, Jonathan. Thanks, Jonathan. Stay woke, Ka. Thank you. Lauren Burt, Tristan, Open Life Studio. Thanks for your support. New update from Matthew. New update from inside the courthouse. Let's see what Matthew Lee has to report to us. Matthew says, the judge says Mr. Combs said he was paying for time, not sex. That is contradicted by reality. He has not expressed remorse for transporting people for prostitution. Combs has challenged his guilty full-throatedly, including after trial. This is interesting. Now, we're not at the sentencing point yet because we haven't heard from the speakers today. So I don't know what the context is of the judge saying this now, but it is interesting that the judge says Mr. Combs said he was paying for time, not sex. That is contradicted by reality. He has not expressed remorse for transporting people for prostitution. Those are the two counts he's convicted of are transporting people for prostitution. So I don't know that him not expressing remorse for what he has done is going to impact the sentencing. The judge says Combs has challenged his guilty verdict full-throatedly, including after the trial. What to make of this? Okay. Do we have... Another update here. Another update. More updates. More updates. Check it out. Hold on, I'm putting them on the screen right now. 2 more updates from Matthew, from inside the courthouse. Judge, Mr. Combs wants to apply the 0-point offender provision from 2023, but 2024 on other issues. That is not possible under Second Circuit's one book rule. Next, Mr. Combs objects to the $5,000 assessment under the statute because there are no victims denied. So this was a couple things. I don't understand all of this. This was a couple things. So, there was an objection to the $5,000 assessment on him. I guess that was denied. There was something else that was denied here. Judge, I have the forfeiture order. Is this your signature, Mr. Combs? Combs, yes, sir. Judge, Mr. Steele, did you review it? Combs lawyer, Tini Garagos, I did. Garagos, I did. Judge, I incorporate the order into the judgment in this case. So we went through a bunch of objections on both sides, and the judge basically denied all of them, it sounded like. Now they're incorporating the forfeiture order. All right. Soon we're going to have people speaking on either side. Okay, let me see if I have any updates here. Oh, thanks so much to AZ Intel's dad. That's really generous of you. Thank you, AZ Intel's dad, for your support. And thanks for shouting out the mods. All right, so that was the last, those were the last 2 updates that he just gave. Again, that's from Matthew Lee. I also don't have the background to know. It's possible that in a sentencing hearing like this, it's possible that both sides' lawyers just ask for stuff before the hearing and don't really expect to get it, but they ask, So I don't have the perspective to say, but it's possible that what we've been hearing is not uncommon in that normally you have both sides asking for more things, and the judge is just like, no, here's why. Hey, thanks, Jason Mobley, for being a member. All right, so we're waiting for the next update from Matthew Lee, who is inside the hearing right now, reporting up to date from the hearing. I have a new update from Matthew Lee. Judge, all remaining objections are overruled. Combs' lawyer, is it Garagos? I forgot how to pronounce the name. Garagos? Combs' lawyer Garagos. Although you say some points don't impact your sentence, it might impact his eligibility for low categorization if you impose an incarceratory sentence. Judge, we can address that, Garagos, if necessary. So one of Diddy's lawyers making a legal point there. I will not pretend to understand all of the legal arguments going on. Is it Mark? So the lawyer is, I believe, isn't the lawyer related to Mark Garagos? And is it Garagos? Teeny Garagos, Teny. Teeny Garagos is Mark Garagos' daughter. And Teeny is one of Diddy's primary lawyers. All right, I'll go with Garagos. Tralala says that's his daughter. Okay, hang on a moment. Do we have any more updates from Matthew Lee? Oh, we have another update from the courtroom. Look, from Matthew Lee at Inner City Press. Matthew says, Combs' lawyer, Alexandra Shapiro. I'd like to make some more points. We briefed extensively. Judge, 380 pages. Shapiro, we raised due process, the fairness concerns set forth by Justice Sotomayor. We believe militate for our interpretation and preclude the court under 3553. I'm not going to pretend to understand all this. It sounds like more of this discussion over how the sentencing should go, and the prosecution wants it done a certain way. I'm sorry. Well, both sides would like it to be done a certain way and is calling for certain things, but the judge has overruled all their objections so far, from what I understand. So, but one of Diddy's lawyers raising another point right now. Alexander Shapiro is one of Diddy's lawyers. Okay, waiting for the next update from Matthew Lee from inside the courthouse. Diddy is going to speak and address the court. The defense is going to play an 11-minute video, which, according to AP, the 11-minute video features clips from home videos and chronicles Diddy's business success, philanthropy, and some of his sorrows, aimed at giving the judge a glimpse of what Combs' life could be like when he is no longer incarcerated. Also, his family members are supposed to speak. His children are supposed to speak. Update from Matthew inside the courthouse. Combs' lawyer Shapiro, I wanted to preserve this for appeal. Should there be an appeal of your sentence? Judge, it is preserved. The PSR says the offense level is 27. I agree with that. The criminal history category is 1. That leads to a guideline of 70 to 87 months. Okay, so is this saying what I think it's saying? Is the judge here saying that I think the guideline, based on all the facts of what's going on with this trial, I think the guideline is 70 to 87 months. Is that what the judge just said? So that would be, now Diddy has done about 12 months so far. That would be about 6 to 7 years. But you'd subtract, I assume, the year he already did. Or is this for the appeal? I'm confused. You know, one of our viewers is saying, well, maybe the judge is saying this for the appeal. I don't know. I don't know if this is the judge saying, this is what I think my guideline is now, or this is relative to one of the things we just talked about. I don't know. I don't know. Because they were just talking about something, how they were just talking, one of Diddy's lawyers was just talking about something she thought should apply in the sentencing. But I mean, I know that the Diddy's lawyers are asking for time served anyways. So I'm not sure what that's all about. Let me see if I can find you some updates which explain that. But just letting you know. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on. Update. Matthew says, Judge, I'll hear from the government. Okay, here's what the prosecutor says. The prosecutor is Slavic. I'd like to respond after the defense as well. Today is about accountability and justice. For 15 years, the victims' lives have been shattered by abuse and exploitation. So this is the prosecution talking right now in court. Oh, also one of our viewers said concurrent or consecutively. So when he was talking about those guidelines, did he mean for each of the two counts or for both together? That I don't know. Oh, hold on a second. Look, more from Matthew Lee. Prosecution. This is not just a case about freak-offs and hotel rooms. This is about victims hard. There's it's like a typo or something, about a man who did horrible things to other people. His currency was control. He weaponized it. All of the 3553 factor point to at least 135 months. So the prosecution here is saying, we think the appropriate sentence is at least 135 months, which would be 11 years and 3 months. And that's what's been reported that they would ask for. So again, the prosecution is speaking now. They're saying, we think everything points to at least 135 months. That's what they want. Hey, thanks, Trippy, for your support. Trippy thinks he's going to be moved to a cushy jail like Ghislaine Maxwell. Thanks, Salty Brat. Thanks, Stevie Augie, Jason Mobley, Cat Hoarder. Thank you. All right, let's see if there's another update here. Our viewer Valeska does not think he will get 11 years. Oh, hold on. We have an update here from Matthew in the courthouse. Prosecution. The defense accuses us of seeking 135 months so that the court splits the difference. We think probation's recommendation of 60 months does not account sufficiently for the harm to Cassie and Jane. So, again, what I know for sure that the prosecution is asking for 135 months. The defense is asking for time served. The defense accuses the prosecution, says the prosecution, of asking for 135 months, so the judge will split the difference. Now, I don't know what probation's recommendation is. Moments ago, let me see if I can get an update about what happened moments ago. Moments ago, the judge brought up this idea of 70 to 87 months, but I didn't get the full context of that. So let me just see if I can find more context of what the judge said moments ago about that. Hang on one moment here. Okay, well, let's keep looking for updates here. Okay, I have an update. I have an update here from Matthew from inside the courtroom, from Matthew Lee at Inner City Press. Prosecution. The defendant tries to argue this is just a sex, drugs, and rock and roll lifestyle. But this is a case about transportation for prostitution and violence. The defendant admitted to the violence at trial. The defendant's respect for the law is lip service. Okay. We'll keep an eye out for more updates. Yeah, this right here was where I was especially confused when the judge said a short while ago. The judge said here, the PSR says the offense level is 27. I agree with that. The criminal history category is 1. That leads to a guideline of 70 to 87 months. Is that the guideline he's going to go with? I'm not positive. But it seems like that might have been the judge saying it's a guideline he's going to go with. But we'll see. Oh, I have another update from Matthew Lee inside the courtroom. Prosecution. Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. That is the height of hubris. He did this for 15 years. He was responsible for transporting many escorts. That's a lot of freak-offs and a lot of hotel nights. He knew it was illegal. By the way, I believe I pronounced it wrong, and it's hubris. Excessive pride or self-confidence. Sorry for my mispronunciation of hubris. But again, the prosecution has just told the judge that Diddy has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. Now, I haven't heard the defense response to this. The defense might say, well, why not do it in case he gets that? I mean, he doesn't know what's going to happen. So why not plan something for the chance that he's let out? I don't know. I don't know if that's something the judge will really care about or not. I have no idea. Okay. Inner City Press just posted this. Again, this is Matthew Lee at Inner City Press. Sean Combs has booked speaking engagements in Miami for next week. The prosecutor just told Judge Subramanian, calling it the height of hubris. So Matthew thought it was a big deal that this came up. He just posted it again a second time. Hey, thanks Lori Jo Woods for being a member. Thanks Boba Jet. Boba Jet thinks that they are asking for 11 years so they get him 7 years. That's what Boba Jet thinks. That seems to be what the defense is saying. I don't know. Thank you. Thanks to everybody for tuning in as we bring you live updates from the sentencing hearing. Matthew Lee is inside the courthouse. If you didn't hear it before, I will be paying Matthew to use his posts. I am not just stealing Matthew's posts and using it on my channel. I communicated with Matthew earlier, so he knows I am showing his posts. I really appreciate him letting me use his posts on the stream because he's the best at this. How long will the hearing go on for? I don't know. So I know we have to hear from a number of speakers today, and I don't know how long that'll take. So we'll have to just see. Thanks to our member, Amy Dillingham. But we're bringing you the breaking updates on what is happening. As we just told you, Matthew reported that the prosecution just said in the courtroom that Sean Combs has booked speaking engagements in Miami for next week. The prosecution called it the height of hubris. Mr. Shizp thinks Diddy will be home for the holidays. We have an update from the courtroom. Prosecution, even in cases that decline to apply the cross-reference, significant sentences are handed down, including in this district. Consider U.S. versus Dylan Jordan. Inner City Press covered it. He got 60 months, 5 years. If you want, you can read about it. Inner City Press posted a link to that case there. The unseen oracle, our viewer thinks Diddy will be in jail for the holidays. Okay, we are bringing you live coverage here, letting you know what's going on in the courtroom, in the sentencing hearing, giving you updates, reading some of your comments on the air. For the last around an hour, the prosecution and the defense and the judge have been speaking in the hearing. We have not heard from any of the character witnesses yet. Hey, Irish Sweetness, that's very kind of you. I really appreciate that. Irish Sweetness from Canada, thank you so much for your support. Thanks also to Amy Dillingham. I think I thanked Amy before. Thanks, Amy. Waiting for the next courthouse update. We'll have to see. Diddy himself is going to be speaking today. Diddy is speaking. We'll have to see what Diddy has to say himself. I'm sure Matthew Lee will have reporting on that. New update from Matthew inside the courtroom. Judge, in Jordan, which was a previous case, the defendant had been convicted and imprisoned in Cuba in the years prior, am I correct? And that's why Judge Cronin varied upwards. Prosecution, that is correct, as well as the other factors. Judge, so there was a distinguishing feature. So the prosecution had been arguing that, as I understand it, the prosecution had been arguing that this case was similar to a previous case in which a significant sentence was given out. And the judge says, well, there is an important difference in this case. The defendant had been convicted and imprisoned in Cuba. And that's why the judge varied upwards, I guess from the sentencing guidelines in that case. So the judge says, so there is a distinguishing feature. So it sounds like the judge is pushing back on saying, well, I should act in this case like the other judge acted in the other case. I don't know how long this portion goes on for. Oh, hold on a second here. Just make sure I'm not missing another update here. Let's see here. Waiting for the next update from Matthew. As soon as I have it, I will give it to you guys. If I hear of other breaking news updates, I will certainly pass it along. Thanks to Dolores Wilson and Noble and Akeem Idler for being members. Thank you. Devil Doc says, our viewer Devil Doc says, there's a ton of aggravating factors here. I think he's getting 6 to 8 years. Again, the prosecution is asking for over 11. Diddy's team is asking for time served. The max he could get is 20. Oh, update from the courtroom. Here's what Matthew reports, Matthew Lee. Prosecution. There also is a case by Judge Kimba Wood. Mann Act cases with fear, violence, and threats routinely get significant sentences. This is not a simple transportation case, but it has major aggravators. As to Cassie, he hit her and stomped on her. So remember, Diddy was convicted of 2 counts of transportation for prostitution. Transportation to engage in prostitution. So my guess is in the past, there have been many people convicted of such a crime, right? But you could imagine very different types of circumstances. I'm sure the circumstances are different in those various cases. And so what the prosecution here is saying is that it sounds like that the prosecution is saying something like, well, in this case, what he has done is much worse and serious than other cases we might imagine of somebody being convicted of this crime. So you should give them a bigger sentence than those other people who committed the crime and got a different type of sentence would have gotten. That's the basic idea of the argument. I don't know the legal stuff behind this, but that's the basic idea of what's going on. I mean, at heart, the prosecution is trying to convince the judge to go stricter on the sentencing, to go harsher on the sentencing. And the defense, of course, is trying to convince the judge to go lighter. Oh, another update. Look, prosecution. The video from the LA hotel was played many times at trial, and it never got easier. As to Jane, he punched her, he slapped her a little over a year ago when he knew he was under federal investigation. At trial, they said they owned the violence. Christine McPherson, our viewer, thinks he needs to stay in prison. So you can see Matthew, at Inner City Press, Matthew Lee is reporting what the prosecution is saying right now, arguing that he has a violent past even recently, and arguing he should get a more harsh sentence. Oh, by the way, just to confirm, CNN also reports that the judge accepted that the range of 70 to 87 months in the pre-sentencing report is appropriate. So, that is something the judge did say. Yes, just to confirm, because we saw Matthew reporting that earlier. CNN also says the judge said the advisory sentencing range of 70 to 87 months, he said he does not see a reason to deviate from that range. Now, the prosecutors are making a statement right now calling for a more strict sentence. We'll hear from the defense after that, okay? But to confirm, as we suspected it might be the case, the judge did say a short while ago, and I will show you where Matthew reported it. He was talking about the sentencing range he believes is appropriate. So here it is, right here. This was about a half an hour ago. The PSR, the pre-sentencing report, I guess that's the PSR, says the offense level is 27. I agree with that. The criminal history category is 1. That leads to a guideline of 70 to 87 months. So that range is what the judge has said he is working with right now, a guideline of 70 to 87 months. But currently, we're hearing from the prosecution. We have an update here. We have an update from Matthew. Prosecution. Admitting to violence in front of the jury as part of a trial strategy is not accountability. Freak-offs were extended performances of sexual degradation and humiliation. Cassie and Jane did not want to have sex with strangers. He made them do it. Prosecution. Sorry to be graphic here, but this is what the prosecution is saying in the hearing right now. Prosecution. Diddy had an escort urinate in Cassie's mouth until she choked. Her victim impact statement makes clear she still has nightmare and flashbacks and the scars on her body. Jane's text makes clear her anguish and trauma. Also, you can see here, Mia said she got PTSD and anxiety. Deontay Nash said he was caused lasting damage. Capricorn Clark says he blacklisted her once she spoke up. Chef Jordan Atkinson wrote how she was impacted. It was real and serious. Again, this is the prosecution saying, look at the impact of what Diddy did had on these people. Just a little summary here of some of the backstory of this case from the AP article from today. A former girlfriend of Diddy's, Cassandra Cassie Ventura, said Diddy ordered her to have disgusting sex with strangers hundreds of times during their decade-long relationship. The jury was repeatedly shown video clips of Combs dragging and beating Cassie in a Los Angeles hotel hallway after one of those multi-day sexual marathons, which she referred to as freak-offs during her 4 days of testimony. A woman who testified under the pseudonym Jane told jurors she too was subjected to violence and felt obligated to perform sexually with male sex workers at drug-fueled hotel nights while Combs watched and sometimes filmed. To support their racketeering case, prosecutors also brought on witnesses who testified about other violent acts. A former personal assistant testified that Combs raped her. One of Cassie's friends told the jury Combs dangled her from a 17th floor balcony. The rapper Kid Cudi testified that Combs broke into his home after learning he and Cassie were dating. The jury did acquit Combs of racketeering and sexual trafficking charges, but they convicted him of 2 charges of transportation to engage in prostitution. That's what he was convicted of. All right, getting more updates from the courtroom from Inner City Press. Okay, so the prosecution has been speaking about the negative impacts of Diddy's behavior, the horrible impact of Diddy's behavior on other people. And you can see right here, the prosecution now says Diddy downplays the abuse, calling it rare. But it was not rare, says the prosecution. Cassie's testimony was that he was violent with her at any time. It was not mutual. You saw no photos of the defendant, Diddy, with injuries. So again, the prosecution is making their statement to the judge right now. That's what's happening right now. I should actually put that on the screen. I'll do that. Now, prosecution making statement to judge, arguing for harsher sentencing. Where is? Oops, let me just do something real quick here. There we go. I'll fix that on the screen for you. Oopsie, it's too big. Should I put it down here maybe? Okay, let's see if we have any more updates. Yes, we do. Here you go. Prosecution. Diddy blames doctors for prescriptions. He pretends he is the victim. He hasn't accepted responsibility for his criminal conduct. The information provided to his expert was incomplete. He will pose a danger at any age. He choked Jane at 54 years old. That is what the prosecution just said in the hearing. Hey, thanks to Simbex007. Yeah, Simbex, each of the sentences carries a maximum of 10 years. So if the prosecution is asking for more than 11 years, then they must not be asking for concurrent sentences because each of those would only be a maximum of 10 years. The judge says the sentencing guideline he believes is warranted here is 70 months to 87 months. But the prosecution is arguing for more, and the defense is going to argue for less. Thank you so much, Simbex007. Diddy, I think, is 55 years old, if I have that right. Yes, Diddy is 55. Update from the courtroom. Matthew Lee reports, prosecution. Prostitution causes other problems. It happens out of public view. General deterrence is needed. Send a message to all victims and to the public that this defendant's crimes are serious. You could encourage or discourage abusers. So this is the prosecution telling the judge, this sentence will send a message. We need deterrence of people who are using prostitution because it has other bad effects. Nicola says yes. I believe after the prosecution, the defense will give their statement. We'll see what they have to say. Gabe Ellis says, praying for justice. A reminder, I am bringing you live coverage from here in Madrid, Spain. I'm traveling in Madrid, Spain, but as I said, through the magic of technology, bringing you this coverage. We have a new update from Matthew from the courtroom. Check it out. Prosecution, at least 135 months are necessary. I think that's the end of the prosecution statement. Judge, let's take a break. Here's how you can support Matthew. I will be paying Matthew in exchange for letting me use his posts today. So this Matthew says that the prosecution ended their statement by saying prostitution causes other problems. It happens out of public view. General deterrence is needed. Send a message to all victims and to the public that this defendant's crimes are serious. You could encourage or discourage abusers. At least 135 months are necessary. The prosecution also said in their statement, they said Diddy will pose a danger at any age. He choked Jane at 54 years old. He has not accepted responsibility for his criminal conduct. BEZ Radio thinks the prosecution sounds desperate. Okay, so the now I'm going to change what this says here. Now, hearing on break, defense statement next. Oh, thanks to Chug. Hey, I appreciate that, Chug. Thank you so much. All right, so maybe we'll do another poll during this break. So remember, I believe that the prosecution has wrapped up their statement. I mean, I don't know how these work. I'm thinking maybe is it prosecution gives a statement. They had some business at the start where they had to deal with objections. That's done. Prosecution makes a statement, defense makes a statement. Then do we hear from the character witnesses? And then do we hear from the judge? Mouse Shadow thinks the break will be at least 15 minutes. We'll have to see. Hang on a moment here. I'm just checking a couple things. I'm trying to give you guys a sense of what okay. So I looked up one article online. I looked up claims that the steps of the hearing are procedural review and objections, which I believe we finished. Next is statements and arguments, and I think we've already heard the government's argument. So next, actually, according to this article, the victim impact statement would come next, where the victims could address the court or have representative address the court. Let's see, is it on here? Maybe I can pull it up for you. The sentencing hearing. That link is not working. Anyways, so according to this article, the victim impact statements would come next. And then the defense argument, and then the defense statement. And then the sentence. Okay, so as I understand it, we need to hear from, before we get the sentence, we have to get the defense statement. We've heard the prosecution statement. We have to get the impact statement from victims who want to speak, and we get the defendant speaking. Diddy's going to speak, and I believe his family members, they're going to come up as a group along with somebody else. Those are the things that we need to get, that need to happen before the sentencing. But I don't believe there's anything else. So basically, prosecution, and then people speaking on each, the victims on one side can speak, and then the defendant can speak on his side. And one of the victims, Mia, who was going to speak, is not going to speak. Now, maybe there'll be a written statement by her or something. So, but that gives you a sense of what, I don't know how long that'll take, but that's what we're waiting to hear. I don't know if it'll, some of our viewers think it'll take all day. I don't know that. I don't know how long Diddy's going to address the court for. How long the victims will address the court for. But it doesn't sound like, it sounds like the procedural arguments between the court in the prosecution and the defense have taken place. Okay, so but just to, oh, you can't see me anymore. Why can't you see me? Oh, you can see me. Okay, I thought you couldn't see me. All right, now you can see me. Let's take some comments from you guys. Maybe we should do another poll. Let's do a poll about what to expect here with the sentencing and see if you guys have changed at all. Yeah, people are saying they can see me. I was messed up for a second, thought you couldn't see me. Let me just real quick. I just want to check and see if I have any other reporting on this. If you give me 2 seconds here. Oh. Hey guys, I have bonus video for you of a protest going on at the ICE facility outside Chicago. Well, that's maybe we can put that on in the corner or something. All right, I got to figure out how to do this. Give me a moment here. Give me one moment. Now, hold on a moment. How is the best way to do this? Just, I need a second to figure this out. Is it this one? Watch this. Here's how we'll do this. Okay, so I got to put this in the corner. That is what you're looking at there is, I know it's not really relevant to Diddy, but what you're looking at there is that is in Broadview, Illinois. And you have some protesters protesting outside the Chicago ICE facility. Seems like it's not really it's not like they're not fighting or anything at the moment. But I just wanted to show you that. Oh, I'm covering. It's not. It's kind of tough. I don't want to, block everything. So. But that is. Do I got to put up a? Oh, it just went. Well, we just lost the feed for a second. Well, I'll go back to it later when I have the feed again. Hang on, just trying to keep everything organized here. So I need to check something else here. Oh, I can give you a little update here, by the way. Sean Diddy Combs has not fully expressed remorse, judge says at sentencing. That's from Reuters. Reuters reports Sean Diddy Combs has not fully expressed remorse for the conduct that led to his conviction on prostitution-related charges, a U.S. judge said today at his sentencing hearing. At Diddy's sentencing hearing. A jury convicted Diddy Combs on 2 counts of arranging for paid male escorts to travel across state lines to take part in drug-fueled sexual performances, sometimes known as freak-offs, with Combs' girlfriends while he recorded video and pleasured himself, I'll say. The jury acquitted Combs on the more serious charges of racketeering and sex trafficking, which could have earned him a life sentence. Those charges hinged on prosecutors' accusation that Combs used violence and threats to coerce his girlfriends to take part in the encounters. Combs' lawyers acknowledged that he had physically abused his girlfriends, but argued they willingly took part in the sexual performances. Okay, the judge today. All right, let me a little more background here as we wait for the hearing to resume. Reuters says the judge said the narrative advanced by Diddy and his lawyers that the case involved nothing more than transporting people across state lines to engage in consensual sexual activity was flatly inconsistent with both reality and any acceptance of responsibility. The judge said Combs had expressed remorse for some of his conduct, but had not apologized for the prostitution offenses at the heart of the conviction. The judge has not yet imposed a sentence. The judge said he agreed with the probation officers that federal guidelines call for a sentence of between 70 and 87 months, but also the judge said the guidelines were merely advisory, so he can deviate from those guidelines. Combs faces up to 20 years in prison, but the judge has wide discretion in crafting a punishment. Prosecutors are pushing for at least 11 and a quarter years. Defense lawyers say the appropriate sentence is 14 months, which would mean Combs would be released today. Oh, no, which would mean Combs would be released by the end of the year after receiving credit for time served. Okay, so let me just see here if we have, hang on a second. Rick Clark thinks Diddy will be home by Christmas. Oh, I know what we got to do. Give me one moment here. Give me one moment here. I have to switch one of these things here. I am checking Matthew Lee's reporting. They're back. The hearing just resumed. Right now, the defense is defense making argument. The defense statement is ongoing. Okay, the defense is making their statement right now. We are back. Let's show you. Defense making their statement to judge. And let me show you what Matthew. We didn't get to do the poll. Well, we did one earlier. We'll do one again at some point. But let me give you the update right now of what's going on in the courtroom. This is from Matthew Lee. Here it is. 11:51 a.m. They are back. And it's Combs' lawyer, Driscoll, who is speaking. Driscoll, I'm grateful, Your Honor, to you being so permissive with the microphone for us today. So are we going to hear statements from all four of Diddy's lawyers? Are we going to hear multiple defense statements? We might. That could take a while. I'm grateful, Your Honor, to you being so permissive with the microphone for us today. I'm going to talk about sentencing disparities. A blind reliance on the guidelines can create disparities. Combs is a lawyer. The DOJ has long said that Mann Act prosecutions should focus on the commercial cases. Sean Combs did not make a penny from this. The Jordan case, it is not comparable. He served 8 years in Cuba for sex crimes. This was his second chance. So the defense here is arguing that the judge should not stick to the sentencing guidelines, which is 70 to 87 months. Hey, thanks, Linda Cosma, our member, Tube Angel. Steve Ward, thank you. So the defense are making their statement, although it might be multiple statements. Yes. So multiple defense attorneys are supposed to speak. I don't know how many, and I don't know how long they will speak for. Mark Sarpe says they shouldn't stick to the guidelines. They should go above them. CNN reports Combs gave a thumbs up as he walked back to his seat. I have to do is get some more water. If you give me a second, when we get our next update, I'm gonna pour myself some water when that happens. Let me just see if we have another update about the defense statement going on right now. Yes, we do. So the prosecution had cited this other case involving this person, Jordan, and claimed that this case was similar, and claimed that in that case, there was a really serious sentence given. And here the defense is trying to argue why that case was importantly different from this case. Combs' lawyer Driscoll, Jordan made $1.4 million. Do you know how many sex acts that is? He had over 100 clients. Mr. Combs' offense is nothing like that. 3 of Jordan's victims reported unwanted sex. 1 was raped after being drugged. So remember, Diddy has been convicted of transporting people for purposes of prostitution. Diddy's lawyer says that the DOJ has long said that prosecutions under the Mann Act, which includes this prosecution, should focus on the commercial cases. So the lawyer is saying, look, some people convicted of transporting people for prostitution are running a business and they're making money off. They're like, they're the people who organize, run the prostitution ring, and they're making money off this. And those people should get more serious sentences. But Diddy was not making money off of this. That's what you can see. That's what what Diddy's lawyers are saying. Sean Combs did not make a penny from this. Honey Bunch of Slugs says he didn't need money. Anyway, so that argument's being made right now. All right, I'm just going to fill up my water bottle. My glass of water. Hold on, I need about 10 seconds to fill up my glass of water. Give me 10 seconds. I'm back. Sorry, I was muted. I was muted. I am back. I am back right now. I'm back. Thank you. I'm back. Sorry, I was muted. I was muted. I am back. I am back right now. I'm back. Thank you. Now I'm hearing two of me. Hang on a second here. Okay. Do we have an update from the defense statement? No, not yet. Quick thanks to, did I thank Space Fraggle? Thanks, Space Fraggle, for your support. Hold on. Bringing you live coverage of the sentencing hearing. Still no more update from, waiting for another update from Matthew Lee, who is inside the courtroom. The defense, one of the defense lawyers, has begun the statement. Thanks again to our moderators who are here as we bring you live updates. Really appreciate it. Let me just thank some. Ruth Krafasi is over there right now, moderating on YouTube. Thank you. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star. I got that fire. McBritches, Sarah, and Papa Bear. Also on Twitch, thanks to Timido1. Hang on. Linda Bell, Glary, and Misha on X. Our Facebook moderators include people like Kay Larry, Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes, Christina Neal, Paul Anderson. Thanks to all of our moderators. Thanks, Beth Mythical, for moderating too. Do we have an update from Matthew? Nope. We're still updateless from Matthew. In the meantime, maybe while we have a second waiting for updates, let's do another poll. We'll do another one like the one we did earlier. I'm saying, what will sentence be? Time served, 0 to 5 years, 5 to 10 years, over 10 years. Those are the 4 choices. Let me post this again. What will sentence be? Time served, 0 to 5 years, 5 to 10 years, more than 10 years. All right, the poll should be posted now. I'm going to show you what you guys are saying right now in the chat. Here we go. First, here is what YouTube is saying. On YouTube, we have time served 15%, 0 to 5 years 28%, 5 to 10 years 37%, over 10 years 21%. Now let's look at Twitch and see how Twitch is weighing in. Time served 14%, 0 to 5, 32%, 5 to 10, 34%, more than 10 years, 18%. Not that different from YouTube. Roger and out thinks Twitch is always right. Yes, I am in Madrid, Spain, bringing you this coverage. I am in Madrid, Spain right now. So it might not look or sound like it normally does, but I am in Madrid, Spain. The judge, remember, the sentencing guideline is 70 to 87 months, but the judge can deviate from that. I guess what I should have done for the second option is say less than 5 years. So, because 5 years, as one of our viewers said, is in both two answers. But hopefully people get the idea. Okay, I'm going to wrap up the poll. But both, most of you, well, not most, the highest number is going, the plurality is going with 5 to 10 years, which would be in the sentencing guidelines. But a bunch of you think 0 to 5 years. And some others, the least amount think time served. All right, thanks for voting in our poll. Let's now check for updates from the actual hearing. We have updates from the hearing. Updates from the hearing right now. Okay. So Inner City Press, Matthew Lee says that as Combs Driscoll goes on about U.S. versus Dylan Jordan, Inner City Press has put up an extra about that case, which it covered. So the prosecution, just long story short, the prosecution said, hey, there's this other case, which we think is like this case. That's the U.S. versus Dylan Jordan. And Dylan Jordan got a really harsh sentence in that case, got a harsh sentence, so you should give a harsh sentence in this case. And the defense is countering that by arguing that that case is importantly different from this case. Combs lawyer Driscoll. Look, there is another case with 7 victims. No grouping enhancement applied. Defendant got 18 months, was released after 9 months. Then there's 18 CR 20376 from the Southern District of Florida. That person generated $1.8 million for themselves in their, I guess, transportation for prostitution, and they got 15 months. So you see what's happening here is the defense is just trying to convince the judge to give a lesser sentence. We already heard from the prosecution. Now we're hearing from the defense. Victoria says, I hope they lose the key. So the things that we have to hear today is, I think multiple defense lawyers are going to speak, and then I know Diddy's going to speak. His family is supposed to get up there at some point and speak. And who else? Maybe one or more of the victims. Let's see if we have another update from Matthew. Yes, we do. We have another update from Matthew. Combs' lawyer Driscoll. In John cases, which I guess is these type of transportation for prostitution cases, I guess, or maybe it's just prostitution cases in general, I'm not sure. In John cases, the average sentence is 6.7 months. In this other case, the defendant texted the victim, "I meant what I said about making a mold of your blank. The rest of you ain't worth blank. Judge, but there was no threat of violence in that case." So, like, you can see here, basically, the defense is saying, look at this other case where the defendant texted this horrible thing to the victim. That defendant only got, that defendant, I guess, didn't get much. And judge says, but there was no threat of violence in that case. I do not have the capacity to assess the arguments the defense is making here. Oh, another update here, another update. Right here. This one right at the top. Combs' lawyer. The prosecution just blamed Mr. Combs for having a drug problem for 25 years. We think that is inappropriate. It is a mitigating factor. Let's talk about this case, 13 CR 294, District of Oregon. The defendant paid for a session with a young girl. See docket 85. So the defense continues to talk about these other cases and say, look, in these other cases, the sentence wasn't what the prosecution is asking for. Maybe I think it sounds like they're saying the sentence was like was less than the guidelines. Yes, this is the sentencing hearing. We'll take some more comments from you guys as well. New update from Matthew Lee, Diddy's lawyer. The defendant in this other case, this federal case in the District of Oregon, who paid for a session with a young girl, the defendant in that case got 24 months. That was more heinous than this case. This law or regulation says to avoid unwarranted sentencing disparities. I've read all 900 Mann Act cases available on Pacer. His case is different. Okay, all right, so that's it. So that was one of Diddy's lawyers. One of Diddy's lawyers has now spoken. So the next, who's next? Miss Westmoreland. So now we're going to hear for the next Diddy lawyer, who I assume will have a different point. But that was one of Diddy's lawyers who just spoke. Multiple lawyers are speaking on his behalf. But again, this lawyer says this is a Mann Act case, I believe. But the lawyer is basically saying, I read all these other Mann Act federal cases, and Diddy's case is different from them. He shouldn't get a harsh sentence, basically, because these cases are different. But he also points out some cases that he feels where the sentences were, several cases where the lawyer said, I think it's a he, but I'm not sure. The lawyer said that these sentences were less than the sentencing guidelines today. Let's see what the next lawyer says. All right, next lawyer. Next lawyer is speaking. This is Westmoreland, Nicole Westmoreland. She is speaking, one of Diddy's defense lawyers. Westmoreland, I want to focus on the inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life and on the commitment he made while in the MDC. That's the jail, right? Mr. Combs was successful, but he used it to help others. He touched many more lives than I can cover in the next minutes. Well, you see where this lawyer is going with her speech. All right, hang on a moment here. The MDC must be the jail. Right? MDC is Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. That's the detention facility. Okay, so we're about to hear from one of Diddy's lawyers talking about him. So let's show you some of what she has to say. Again, she just started speaking. I want to focus on the inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life and on the commitment he made while in the jail, where he's been staying while waiting trial. Mr. Combs was successful, but he used it to help others. He touched many more lives than I can cover in the next minutes. AD thinks it's not the best choice of words. Waiting for the next update from Matthew Lee about the rest of this lawyer's speech. Wildflower says, unfortunate phrasing. Hold on a second here. Hey, a quick thank you to Baron Lataken for your support. Thank you so much, Baron. Thanks, Lucy Goosey, for your support. Thanks so much, Lucy Goosey, and for your note. Thanks also, Jasper. Thanks, Jasper. Oh, by the way, Lucy asked about Spain. While I'm here in Madrid, I am in Spain right now through the magic of technology, bringing you this coverage from Spain. But I will be doing some streams from my personal channel. I do have a personal channel that is called Lookner on YouTube and Look Nerd on Twitch. The mods will post the links in the chat to my personal channel. I actually did a live stream yesterday from Spain. So I'll be doing some videos from Spain on my personal channel if you're interested. If not, you don't have to watch it. But I'm just letting you guys know. You can go to the chat and see the links. Look Nerd on YouTube, Look Nerd on Twitch. I will be doing some streams and videos from here. Now, Hold on a moment. Let me just show you something. So just to show you, real quick, there's the channel on YouTube. Oops, right there. And then you can see I was streaming yesterday in the afternoon from Madrid. So if you're interested, check it out. If not, do not check it out. Okay, let's get back to, and it's Look Nerd on Twitch, back to the defense argument. Back to the defense argument. We have an update. We have an update from Matthew Lee. So 5 minutes ago, Combs' lawyer, Nicole Westmoreland, started speaking. She said, I want to focus on the inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life and on the commitment he made while in the prison in Brooklyn, in jail, waiting for the trial. Mr. Combs was successful, but he used it to help others. He touched many more lives than I can cover in the next minutes. She also said, there were not many Black-owned labels. Mr. Combs had the audacity. It sent a message that you can do it. Clothing, too. It was not just urban streetwear. It was upscale. It brought unity. I think she's saying. It inspired change. One moment here. So you can see this is the second Diddy lawyer to be speaking in their defense statement, what she is saying. Hey, thanks, Kurt W9BBW exclamation point. Thank you, Kurt. And Jennifer J25, I really appreciate your support. Diddy himself is going to be speaking today. New update from Matthew Lee. Oh, no, it's the same update. I thought it was a new update. He'll post again more about her argument. He will post more. RB thinks painting him as a hero isn't good. Paint him as remorseful and has a lot of work to do, if anything, defense. So RB thinks they should be painting him more as remorseful. It's one of our viewers. Thank you, Harambe's Ghost, for your support. I appreciate that. Thanks also, Melanisi Lowe, our new member. We're bringing you live coverage of the Diddy sentencing hearing. We have an update from Matthew Lee. Diddy's lawyer, Nicole Westmoreland, says, in spirits, our community finally had a seat at the table, a voice, a real voice. Then there was revolt. Sobs? Is the lawyer crying? I'm not clear on what sobs means. Hang on a moment here. So Revolt was a cable. It's Wikipedia describes it as a music-oriented digital cable TV network and media company targeting African Americans, which Diddy was involved with. I believe he was he the founder? Yeah, he founded this company. It's a media company and television network. And Diddy founded it in 2013. So that's what she is referring to. She's talking about his companies. She said, then there was Revolt Sobs. All right, let's see. Do we have another update from Matthew? But this is an interesting line of argument that one of his lawyers is making. I just want to read it again. This is from his lawyer, Nicole Westmoreland. I want to focus on the inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life and on the commitment he made while in the detention center. Mr. Combs was successful, but he used it to help others. He touched many more lives than I can cover in the next minutes. There were not many Black-owned labels. Mr. Combs had the audacity. It sent a message that you can do it. Clothing, too. It was not just urban streetwear. It was upscale. It brought unity. It inspired change. And also she says, in spirits, our community finally had a seat at the table, a voice, a real voice. Then there was Revolt, the media company Revolt, and then Sobs. So I'm not sure if the lawyer is crying. Again, this is part of the sentencing hearing, part of the argument by the defense for a more lenient sentence. Hey, thanks Ruth Krafasi, one of our mods, for your support. I really appreciate that. Thanks also Quacky Duck. Thank you, Quacky Duck. And Melanisi Lowe. Melanisi Lowe, thank you. And one moment here. Oh, also over on Facebook, I'm behind over there. Thanks for the Facebook stars. Chuck Mosca, MG Mance, Susan Priest Buchner, Amy Cluck, Ruby Olinger, and Kristen McConnell Gates. Thanks for your support on Facebook. I really appreciate that. And also thanks to, again, all of our moderators, and thanks to everybody watching. Let me see if I have any updates from the courtroom during Nicole Westmoreland's speech. Not at the moment. This is the second Diddy lawyer to be speaking. She is speaking right now. We already heard from the prosecution. We're going to be hearing from Diddy himself. They're supposed to play an 11-minute video that the defense made about Diddy. Still waiting for another update from Matthew. If I hear of other breaking news, I will certainly let you know. Nope, no update yet from Matthew. I am interested in knowing if I'm reading that right, if the lawyer is crying. Low latency thinks he'll get time served. Update from Matthew. Here is more of what Nicole Westmoreland, Diddy's lawyer, is saying about Diddy to the judge. She says, Diddy is just trying to help. He opened 3 charter schools in neighborhoods where the schools were not good. The motto was Black excellence. The youth are our future. Mr. Combs personally inspired me. I went to an event in DC. So this is the lawyer saying she was personally inspired by Diddy. This is lawyer Nicole Westmoreland. Oh, thanks to Don Miller. By the way, in case you didn't know, we are using the reporting of Matthew Lee at Inner City Press on X. He does a fantastic job of reporting from inside the courtroom in prominent cases. I think he's focused on New York. But I talked to Matthew, and we have a little agreement. I'm going to pay Matthew for his efforts. And he is allowing us to follow his play-by-play, which is awesome. So if you want to see other work from Matthew at other trials and court appearances, you can follow him on X at Inner City Press. But he's the best at it. He's the best that I've seen. Hey, thanks also, Rectangle. Thanks, Rectangle. That's nice of you. Oh, more from the lawyer on how she was, more from Diddy's lawyer on how Diddy inspired her. So she says, Mr. Combs personally inspired me. I went to an event in DC. Mr. Combs was there. He said, listen, everyone, she's crying. Listen, everyone, she is crying. I'm sorry. He said, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up and put actions behind your dreams. And then he said, don't forget to help others. That changed my life. So again, Diddy's lawyer, according to Matthew Lee, is crying while she talks about how Diddy inspired her when she went to an event in DC that Diddy was at. Just to give you context here, because you've heard her saying how, you've heard Nicole Westmoreland saying how Diddy was inspiring to African-American youth, right? She's been saying that. So hold on a second here. Just so you know, now I might be wrong about this. From everything I can tell, she is African American. I haven't asked her this though, but from the pictures I see, I believe she is African American. Because I'm only saying this because you might be like, well, Why is she talking about this? So she has been speaking in this, she has been speaking in the courtroom about how you can see Black excellence inspiring Black youth. So I think what she's saying is, look, I'm an example of this. As an African-American younger person, I went to this event and he inspired me. So I'm just letting you know the context of this. Let's see if we have another update here. But she is, according to Matthew Lee, she is crying while saying this. Oh, here's more from her. Here's more from her. Westmoreland. Mr. Combs is just a man, and he's made some mistakes. He has flaws like we all do. But how many of us can say that we've helped so many lives, countless lives? He's been in jail and he's remorseful. I spend every day speaking with him. Thanks, by the way, to Blue Fudge 08. Thanks, Ethereal Planet, for the membership. Great reporting by Matthew Lee, allowing us to see the argument, hear the argument that that Diddy's lawyer is making here. So we're in the middle of our defense statements to the judge, and we're hearing from the second of Diddy's lawyers to make a statement. Oopsie. The first defense lawyer who spoke was talking more about legal matters, and in the sense of he was saying that if you look at comparable cases, he thinks that, I think it's a he, by the way. I need to double check this. I'm going to assume it's a he. I got to double check it. But Diddy's first lawyer was saying, if you look at comparable cases, he should get a lighter sentence on the light side. And the second lawyer is talking about how Diddy has helped so many people in his life and inspired so many people in his life. And he's remorseful, she says. No, it wasn't. Garagos hadn't spoken yet for Diddy. I don't know if she's going to. The first lawyer, I'm going to find this out right now. The first lawyer who spoke was, people are probably yelling at me in the chat who know this. Garagos was speaking during the first part of the hearing, but the one who made the statement was, where is it here? Okay, hold on. I'm going to tell you who it is. I have it right here. Yes, Jason Driscoll was the first lawyer to speak on Diddy's behalf today. That was Jason Driscoll. And now it's Nicole Westmoreland. Where is the... Yeah, we're waiting for the next update about what she said. She might be done speaking. I don't know. I'll let you know when I see. While I do that, I have to pull up something else here. Give me 2 seconds. Give me a second. Just pull this up. Okay. Is it possible for him to walk with time served? It is. It's possible. The judge has discretion. I mean, the judge has said the sentencing guidelines are between 70 and 87 months. Devil Dog thinks it's highly unlikely. I mean, that would be a big deviation from the sentencing guidelines. But again, the prosecution wants 11 years, over 11 years. Okay, I'm just checking for updates here. We have an update. We have an update from another update from Matthew Lee. You can see it right there. It says, hold on, I got to get this on the screen here. Right there. Westmoreland. In the detention center, Mr. Combs started asking people their dreams. That's how Free Game for Diddy was born. No one's done this in the detention center before. I don't know what Free Game for Diddy is. I'll have to look that up. No, and then Matthew Lee says, note, Yi Chen taught Chinese in the detention center and then got 15 years for fentanyl. So Matthew remembered a case where a defendant was teaching Chinese in the detention center and then still got 15 years. I need to look up Free Game for Diddy. Okay, I am reading that Free Game for Diddy is a business class he was teaching. So, for example, People magazine said that Diddy was teaching in the detention center a business class for fellow inmates. It's a 6-week course. And People reports that Diddy's attorneys submitted several letters that were written by inmates who took Diddy's course to the judge before sentencing. So his lawyer is arguing that this is one of these cases of him helping people that should help lead to a lighter sentence. Again, she said, Mr. Combs in the detention center started asking people their dreams. That's how Free Game for Diddy was born. His course. No one's done this in the MDC before. Although Matthew points out that Yi Chen taught Chinese in the detention center and got 15 years for fentanyl. Okay, interesting. Someone said, is the lighting different? I am in Madrid, so the broadcast will look and sound different because I am in Madrid right now. Madrid, Spain. Oh, okay, guys. Somebody else. Okay, I think the defense statements are over. Breaking news. Breaking news. Look at this. I think the defense has completed their statement. You can see it right there. Look at this. Westmoreland, there is no benefit to warehousing Mr. Combs in prison. Thank you. Judge, Mr. Steele, who is another of Diddy's lawyers. Steele, we wanted his children to come up, then show the video. Judge, please come forward. My name is Quincy Brown. He's my father. So Diddy's children have come up. Okay, so the defense is still making their presentation, but 2 defense lawyers spoke, and now Diddy's children are coming up. Then they're going to show an 11-minute video about Diddy. So now is Diddy's children. Diddy's children as part of the defense presentation and are now up there. All right, so let's see what they're saying. Will this automatically update? Give me a moment here. It's an 11-minute video, which I guess is going to portray Diddy in a positive light. Okay, we have an update here. We have an update. Look at this. So Diddy's son, Quincy Brown, is speaking right now. Quincy Brown, Diddy is transformed. He will not jeopardize his freedom again. As his children, we wish to heal together. Next, my name is Justin Combs. I ask you to give my father a second chance. My father is my superhero. My father always told me to believe in God. So what's happening now is some of Diddy's children, I don't know if it's all of them, but Diddy's children are speaking to the judge right now. Hey, thank you, Paul G, for the memberships. So again, the first child said, Quincy Brown, Diddy is transformed. He will not jeopardize his freedom again. As his children, we wish to heal together. Second child said, Justin Combs says, I ask you to give my father a second chance. My father is my superhero. My father always told me to believe in God. Okay. That's all the updates so far. I'm going to do real quick. Real quick, what I'm going to do Steve back in 1 minute. I need to take a 1 minute break. I'm going to leave the stream, but I need to just disappear for 1 minute. Oops. I should say Steve back in 1 minute, not Steve back in a minute. I'm gonna disappear off your screen for 1 minute, okay? For 1 minute. So let me disappear for 1 minute. I'm coming right back and we'll get you more updates. Okay, we are back. We are back. Give me 1 second here. Give me one moment. And we'll get you more updates. Excuse me. Okay, now, do we have more updates from the courtroom via Matthew Lee? Diddy's children were speaking. One moment. Let's see. Yes, Christian Combs. New update from Matthew Lee from the courtroom. Here we go. Right here. Christian Combs. Next. Sorry. Justin Combs. I talk to my father every day, every other hour. Next. I am Christian Combs. I am the one who most resembled my pops, my mannerism. My whole life, I studied my dad up and down. He is the greatest man in the world, my superhero. He told me to treat women like a queen, and I do. I see in his eyes as his twin that he has changed. Next, my name is Jesse Combs, and I am 18 years old. He cries. When my mother died, I was just a little girl. I remember my dad sitting us down. So what's happening is two of Diddy's lawyers have spoken in their presentation. Now we're hearing from Diddy's children. They're speaking. So let's just go over again from this Matthew Lee reporting what Diddy's children have said. First was, my name is Quincy Brown. Diddy is my father. He is transformed. He will not jeopardize his freedom again. As his children, we wish to heal together. Next, my name is Justin Combs. I ask you, give my father a second chance. My father is my superhero. My father always told me to believe in God. I talk to my father every day, every other hour. Next, I am Christian Combs. I am Christian Combs. I am the one who most resembled my pops, my mannerism. My whole life, I studied my dad up and down. He is the greatest man in the world, my superhero. He told me to treat women like a queen, and I do. I see in his eyes as his twin that he has changed. So two of his children have said he has changed. Next, my name is Jesse Combs, and I'm 18 years old, cries. When my mother died, I was just a little girl. I remember my dad sitting us down. So now, by the way, there may be, I don't expect that Matthew can literally type every word they're saying. So Matthew is doing his best to capture what they say. But I don't think this is meant to be like literally every single word they say. So I just want to clarify that this is not meant to be an exact word for word transcript. I mean, these are meant to be quotes, but just so you know, I mean, I'm assuming he's basically taking the most important things and telling us what they are. But he's the best at this, Matthew. All right, let's see if we have any more updates from him. Thanks so much, by the way, to Oren Quake for the memberships and Mike from Jersey. Thanks, Mike from Jersey, for your support. All right, hold on a moment here. We have another update from Jesse Combs. His daughter is speaking. His daughter says, I'm 18 years old, cries. When my mother died, I was just a little girl. I remember my dad sitting us down. It helped me survive when I just wanted my mom. Next, my name is Chance Combs, his daughter, another daughter. He has changed. That's the third child who said he has changed. cries. Sorry, he speaks with a clear mind. Next, my name is Delilah Combs. We watch our 2-year-old sister. She cannot grow up fatherless. Again, Delilah Combs says, we watch our 2-year-old sister. She cannot grow up fatherless. Thank you to Laui for your support from Europe. Diddy's children addressing the court. On his behalf. That's what's happening right now. That's what's happening right now. After his kids, they're going to play this video about him. Then he might speak after that. He's supposed to speak. So it's possible that all we have left before the sentencing is the kids finish, then they play this video about Diddy. There's one other thing. I don't know if any of the victims are speaking in court. There was one victim, Mia, who was going to speak today, and she's not speaking anymore. So I don't know if we're going to hear from anybody else on that side. We do have an update. We have an update right here. Delilah Combs said, my name is Delilah Combs. We watch our 2-year-old sister. She cannot grow up fatherless. Your Honor, please, she cries. Let us move forward, not as a headline, but as a family. Judge, thank you all. This is important for me to hear. We would like to show the movie. Oh, I can't show this movie, but I can post a link to the movie. So they posted it last night. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to post a link to this movie so you can watch it. It's right here. Let me just change what's happening in the courtroom. Diddy's legal team playing movie about Diddy in court. I think it's 11 minutes. That's what I had heard reported. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to post a link to the video because I haven't even seen it yet. But I'm going to post a link so you guys can watch it. It is on YouTube. Oh, Matthew posted it on his YouTube. Okay. So what I'll do is I'm posting a link right now you can go watch it on Matthew's YouTube. Link to video. Can everybody see the link that I just posted? I just posted the link. It's on Inner City Press's YouTube. I'll post it again too. And you can watch the 11-minute video. And what I'm going to do is does it have captions on it? I can't play it here myself for copyright reasons, but I'm watching it now. I'm looking at a shot. It has Diddy talking to his kids. I can read the captions and watch it. It's definitely a bunch at the start of him talking to his kids, being a dad and hanging out with his kids. So that is playing right now. I'm actually watching it here. It's showing him out in the community with people in the community. Again, a bunch of shots of him and his kids, him and his family. Him producing music and talking about what a great music producer he is. Him getting a Lifetime Achievement Award, it looks like. I'm seeing that. So you can watch it. Again, I posted the link. I'll post it again. You can see what's playing right now in court. Somebody's talking about him doing good for the community, portraying him as doing stuff for the community. Talking to children, talking about raising money for schools to children so kids can get more books and computers and stuff. Him doing looks like a motivational speech in front of school children, it looks like, at a school. Him talking to children, trying to inspire them. I'm just describing the video to give you a sense of what's in there. Talking to different people who have good things to say about him. Looks like maybe talking about some run he did. I don't know if that was a run for charity or something. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Gregory Ratner, our member. So the Diddy's legal team is playing an 11-minute video of him in the court as part of their presentation. And the video has been showing him with his kids, giving motivational speeches to school children, doing stuff for the community, having clips of people saying positive things about Diddy. Him coaching kids, it looks like, at football. I'm seeing that right now. I will post again a link to the video that Matthew very helpfully linked to he posted on his YouTube. Showing, I think it's like a quote from Diddy talking about inspiring people through his hip hop and the success he had. Another shot of him speaking to children, speaking to school children, trying to inspire school children. I don't know if this is a school that he founded or sponsored or something, but it shows him speaking at a school with children using laptops and stuff. So you get the idea. It's trying to portray him as somebody who helps and inspires the community. Lots of shots in this video of him speaking to school children and trying to help school children. There's a shot of him giving a check to looks like a charity check or something. A Black Excellence Grant, the check said. But it looks like I'm about halfway into the video. A check, it looks like holding up a check to Howard University. Him doing more motivational speaking. A lot of shots of him doing motivational speaking in this video. A person talking about how she worked at one of his companies and it was life-changing. More of him going to his school and talking to kids and trying to help kids. Him doing a graduation speech at maybe a college. Him speaking to an older woman in a wheelchair. So this video is being played right now in court. And I think maybe we're going to hear from Diddy right after this. Now they're showing him on the video giving jewelry to an older woman in a wheelchair. I am watching the movie. I'll post a link to it. I posted a link before. I just posted it again in the chat. You can go to Inner City Press on YouTube, has it posted, or at Inner City Press on X, has it posted. But I'm just watching it here on mute, so because I can't play it for you for copyright, but again, it's the whole video has been portraying him as somebody who helps the community, does things for the community, does things for kids. That's really been the focus. They showed him and his own kids early on, but most of the video is talking about him helping sick people, helping kids, helping inspire African Americans, helping the community in general. That's really what the focus is, and praising quotes of other people praising him. Hasn't really focused. It's not like shots of him doing concerts. Now there's stuff of him and his kids. So they're doing a bunch more family stuff now. Him spoon feeding a sick woman in a hospital bed. But it's about 11 minutes long. Yeah, a lot more. Actually, now the last couple of minutes has been more shots of him and his family and his kids. I'll post the link again if you want to watch it. Oh, and now they're talking about, hang on a second here. This is when they're talking about Kim Porter, who died in 2018 at the age of 47. She was the mother of 3 of his children. So they showed her, I believe, and talked a bunch about her. Yeah, I'm not covering the White House press briefing. We're covering this right now. So I'm sorry I can't cover that, but we're covering this. They're showing his kids talking about him and praising him in the video now. Looks like the video, I mean, it must be almost over because I've been watching it in real time here. Lots of people hugging in the video. I think there's this. I mean, I've been watching the whole thing and it's less than like 40 seconds left on my end. So more of him being a dad, hugging his kids. Lots of family shots. Lots of family shots. Shots of him with babies. If you go back in the chat, I've posted the link a number of times to the video. I'll post the link one more time. You'll have to, if you want to go back and watch it. Okay, I just posted it again. All right, so the video, it must be done by now in the courtroom, unless they took a second, unless they delayed to start it. But my guess is that the video is done in the courtroom. So Diddy might be speaking next in the courtroom, guys. Diddy might be next. I don't know if there's anything after Diddy speaking before the actual sentencing announcement, honestly. Oh, they're taking a break? Hold on. Did he update? I have to refresh. I refreshed a little bit ago. Matthew says... Oh, video is over. Here it is. Video is over. We will resume. They're going to resume in like 45 minutes. All right, hold on a second. Let me show you this. We have an update for you. Here we go. Here's the update. Video is over. Oh, Judge, Mr. Steele, who will be speaking next? Oh, there's 2 more lawyers to speak. Wow. This is a big presentation from the defense. The Reverend Dr. Johnson, then the man from the reentry program, if you permit. Any more lawyers? Myself, then Mr. Donaldson. Okay, so we have 2 more lawyers going to speak, and then a man from a reentry program, and then the Reverend Dr. Johnson. And then Diddy? So 2 p.m. is in 46 minutes. Okay, so I got to put that on the screen now. Sentencing hearing on break resumes at 2 p.m. ET. I did not know it was going to take this long, but fine. We will cover it. Now, hold on one moment here. Give me a moment. Give me just a moment. Give me just a moment. Should we put on the White House press briefing while we're waiting? While we're waiting, should I put on the White House press briefing? Because, I mean, we're going to have more of this at 2. All right, here we go. All right. So let me just put on the screen. Diddy sentencing hearing on break resumes at 2 p.m., okay? And then we're going to change this to live the White House. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this, if I can. Let's see if I can make this work. Hang on. Is this going to work? There she is. Get some sound. We're not hearing anything yet. Hold on. I will get sound for you. Coming right now.
Secretary Hegseth to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other left-wing domestic terrorists. What's been allowed to happen in Portland, and we saw disturbing video footage of this last night, this is not peaceful protesting. This is left-wing anarchy that has been destroying this great American city for years, leaving police officers battered, citizens terrorized, and business properties damaged. Since early June alone, Antifa terrorists have laid siege to the ICE field office in South Portland. These radical left-wing lunatics have violently breached the ICE facility by using a stop sign as a battering ram, hurled explosives and other projectiles at law enforcement, repeatedly assault and dox officers, berate their law-abiding neighbors, and have even rolled out a guillotine in front of the ICE facility. And more people should be reporting on that. President Trump has sent federal law enforcement to protect federal assets and arrest those fueling this violence. Just last night, we saw an extremely troubling incident where conservative journalist Nick
Hang on one
Sorter
moment. Hang on, I'm just approving
saw
the video
an
quality.
extremely troubling incident where conservative journalist Nick Sorter was captured on video being taken into custody by the Portland police after he was ambushed by Antifa and was defending himself from these assaults. But instead of arresting these violent mob members night after night after night who are ravaging this community, the police arrested a journalist who was there trying to document the chaos, and everyone in this room should be extremely concerned about that. The Department of Justice spoke with that journalist this morning, and they will be launching a full investigation into his arrest. This incident is part of a troubling trend in Portland where left-wing mobs believe they get to decide who can visit and live in their city. It is not their city. It is the American people's city, and President Trump is going to restore that. I just spoke with the president about this, and he has directed his team here at the White House to begin reviewing aid that can potentially be cut in Portland. We will not fund states that allow anarchy. There will also be an additional surge of federal resources to Portland immediately, including enhanced CBP and ICE resources. Law and order will prevail, and President Trump will make sure of it. With that, I'll take your questions, and we will begin today's briefing with our new media seat, Amanda Head from Just the News. Amanda, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Caroline. On that most recent topic that you mentioned, reportedly Portland police have not been able to engage protesters to the degree that they normally would. Does the president plan on handling this from that angle as well with city leaders?
Yes. From our understanding in the law enforcement that we have here in the Homeland Security Task Force, I spoke with them this morning, and what they're seeing is that unfortunately, local police has been restricted from responding or cooperating at all with federal authorities, which is completely absurd. We have surged federal law enforcement personnel to this city to restore law and order and to work alongside local law enforcement. And we've seen the benefits of this in Washington, D.C. And all of you live here, so you can agree Washington, D.C. is and feels much safer because of the cooperation between federal and local law enforcement. They can and must be working together. And we think it's despicable that these local elected officials who swear an oath to protect their people are preventing law enforcement from doing their jobs on the ground. So that's why the president has directed his team here at the White House, and they are already on it to look into how we can cut funds. And the president wants to work with anyone. If the mayor of Portland were to call him right now and say, Mr. President, please help us, I am sure the president would be willing to do that. He is genuinely serious about wanting to restore order in America's cities. But it's just become apparent that the local and elected officials in Oregon do not feel the same. And that's very unfortunate for the people who live there.
And then one more question on the government shutdown. Should there be some type of scheduled layoffs to maybe entice Democrats to come to the table, like every hour, another agency, another 100 pink slips? I'm sure Russ Vought has a list of folks ready to go.
Well, look, the Office of Management and Budget, as we've said repeatedly, is working with the agencies and our cabinet secretaries to identify where cuts unfortunately can and have to be made. And again, we understand there's another vote happening on the Senate floor in an hour. Maybe if Democrats do the right thing, this government shutdown can be over. Our troops can get paid again. We can go back to doing the business of the American people. But if this shutdown continues, as we've said, layoffs are an unfortunate consequence of that. And Russ Vought has been in contact with our cabinet secretaries at their respective agencies to discuss that. Thank you, Amanda. Kelly.
How would this administration define what makes a Democrat agency, which agencies, and what constitutes being a Democrat agency?
I think this administration has been very clear, Kelly, that we're not going to tolerate waste, fraud, and abuse in our government. And we've also been very clear to point out when agencies or when programs do not align with this administration's values of putting our country first. You see,
I have an update for you. President Trump has posted that another boat from Venezuela has been blown up by the U.S. military. Is that the fourth one? Look, President Trump just posted about this. Let me show you. A boat loaded with enough drugs to kill 25 to 50,000 people was stopped early this morning off the coast of Venezuela from entering American territory. This is at least the fourth one. We're not going to get all into this now. There has been debate over whether these strikes are legal. There have not been details provided by the administration on the evidence they had for their claims about these boats. But this is the fourth boat that we have seen footage of destroyed by the U.S. military. Again, President Trump just posted this a few minutes ago. Oops. Maybe somebody will ask about this in the press briefing because it just came out. Now this says off the coast of Venezuela. I don't know if this was in international waters. Was this in Venezuelan waters? That I don't know. Okay. Let me go back to, we're waiting for the Diddy sentencing hearing to resume in about 35 minutes. Meanwhile, let's go back to the White House press briefing.
In the U.S. because he says that he's worried that ICE is going to come and arrest his fans.
Well, look, I know there are many in this room who are very anxious to hear the president's response to Bad Bunny being the halftime show, so I won't get ahead of him. I won't reveal what he feels about this. Next time you all ask him a question, you're welcome to do that. I have my own feelings on that, but that's not what I'm up here to talk about. As far as ICE being at the Super Bowl, as far as I'm aware, there's no tangible plan for that in store right now. However, of course, this administration is always going to arrest and deport illegal immigrants when we find them. If they are criminals, we're going to do the right thing by our country. Kate.
Did the president and Russ Vogt decide yesterday in their meeting which cuts they wanted to make to agencies and which ones would be permanent?
Again, I've kind of answered this question a few different times now. It's been asked in a few different ways. Their discussions continue between the Office of Management and Budget and cabinet agencies across the board, and they are actively identifying where these cuts and these layoffs have to be made as this government shutdown hopefully does not continue.
And on Hamas, the president said that if Hamas rejects the proposal that Netanyahu would have his full backing to finish the job. A UN report found that Israel was committing genocide in Gaza. Does the president have concerns about the civilians being killed, the worsening humanitarian crisis, and are there limits to what the White House would support when it comes to Israel's actions in Gaza?
Look, the president has deep concerns about all of the atrocities that have taken place in the Middle East over the past few years. It's deeply unfortunate that he inherited this mess from the Biden administration. If you all recall, under President Trump in his first term, the Middle East was on a pathway for peace and prosperity. There was the historic signing of the Abraham Accords. Israel was on a path to normalization between Arab and Gulf nations, and we hope that can continue. But right now, the president has made it very clear to Hamas that this is an acceptable and detailed proposal that they must accept, or the consequences are going to be very grave for them. And he has given them a deadline of Sunday evening at 6 p.m. When I was out here on Wednesday, I told all of you, I'll leave it to the president to make that red line, and he now has. I think the entire world should hear the president of the United States loud and clear. And Hamas has an opportunity to accept this plan and to move forward in a peaceful and prosperous manner in the region. And if they don't, the consequences, unfortunately, are going to be very tragic. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. Has the president declared war on international drug cartels? And if so, or if he will, does he feel he needs congressional approval?
As the White House has said many times, the president has directed these actions, these strikes against Venezuelan drug cartels and these boats, consistent with his responsibility to protect the United States interests abroad and in furtherance of the U.S. national security and foreign policy interests. This is pursuant to his constitutional authority as commander-in-chief and the chief executive to conduct foreign relations. In each of these cases, Michael, the vessels have been assessed by the U.S. intelligence community to be affiliated with designated terrorist organizations engaged at the time in trafficking illicit drugs to our country. The president has been very clear, dating back to the campaign trail, that he is always going to do what's in the best interest of the American homeland. And he also promised the American people he was going to end the drug epidemic that has taken far too many American lives. And you're seeing those actions play out almost every single day here.
Last question on the shutdown, Caroline. Hakeem Jeffries has said that President Trump is in the Presidential Witness Protection Program since the shutdown has begun. What's the White House's reaction to that?
That's just more ridiculous fodder from Hakeem Jeffries. As you all know, because you're here every day, the president is literally working around the clock right now. I think he has a swearing-in ceremony, or he already did. He has several meetings on the books today. He literally works 24/7. Anyone who works in this place or covers this place, as you all do, knows that to be true. And Hakeem Jeffries and the Senate Democrats should get back to work in a few minutes and vote to reopen the government. Emily.
Thank you, Caroline. You spoke earlier about the energy and infrastructure projects that Director Vogt paused. Will the White House agree to restore that funding as part of a deal to end the shutdown?
Well, I won't make any agreements here. Senate Republicans are talking with their colleagues on the Democrat side. But right now, Russ Vought is doing what he's been tasked to do in the midst of this government shutdown, which is to look at funds that need to be temporarily halted or need to be canceled. And Chicago is just another example of that.
Caroline.
Go to Libby in the back.
Thank you, Caroline. I have two questions for you. One on the FDA, but most on the shutdown.
Sure.
Will the administration, if this government shutdown ends, still move forward with firing thousands of federal workers?
Look, as I've said repeatedly, Libby, right now, we want the government to be open. Layoffs are an unfortunate consequence of a government shutdown, and it's something the administration is examining. If the government is reopened, we're going to get back to doing what we were doing last week and the week before, working on the issues that the American people care about.
And then on the FDA, they just approved that new abortion pill, and it's causing a lot of uproar among Republicans. What is the president's response to that, and does the administration plan to have that FDA?
Well, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Bobby Kennedy, has put out several statements on this. The HHS's decision, it's not an endorsement of this drug by any means. They are just simply following the law. And as they put out in their statement, by law, the Secretary of Health and Human Services must approve a generic drug application if the application demonstrates the generic drug is the, quote, same as the brand name drug. Generic applicants are not required to submit independent evidence proving safety and effectiveness. As such, FDA's decision to approve a second generic version does not address the merits of the current safety program. HHS is reviewing adverse effects to ensure that FDA's required safety program for the drug is sufficient to protect women. This safety review equally applies to generic versions of this drug. So FDA and HHS are following the law. It's, again, not an endorsement of the drug itself. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. Two questions on the shutdown. You've argued that these impending layoffs are necessary to keep essential services up and running, but that has never been the case in any previous shutdown. Even when the government was shut down for 35 days in Trump's first term, you've never had to lay off thousands of workers to keep essential services up and running. So why are layoffs now necessary in this shutdown?
Because we have an administration and we have a president who are wholeheartedly focused on restoring fiscal sanity to our government and doing the right thing by the American taxpayer. We are $37 trillion in debt, and the federal government is currently shut down. There is no more money coming into the federal government's coffers. And as you've also seen since the beginning in January, this administration is focusing on waste, fraud, and abuse. And so Democrats have given this administration an unenviable choice to have to take a look at the balance sheet and identify where these cuts and layoffs can be made.
And you just said this is an unenviable choice, that this is an unfortunate consequence, but the president has described this as an unprecedented opportunity. to lay off additional workers. He's posted a video likening Rust Vote to the Grim Reaper. So which is this? Is this an opportunity to fire more workers or an unfortunate consequence?
Look, the president likes to have a little fun every now and then, and I think both things can be true at the same time. The Democrats have given the administration this opportunity, and we don't like laying people off. Nobody takes joy in that around here. And if you think that, then I think that's very sad. You view the White House and our staff as wanting to put people out of work. Nobody wants to do that, but sometimes in government you have to make tough decisions. Carrie.
Going back to Portland, as far as the city council there is concerned, they appear to be very sympathetic towards the protesters over at the ICE facility. Is the White House considering invoking the Insurrection Act over in Portland? Is that something they are considering also? As far as the Portland City Council is concerned, are they looking at the members there who are appear to be helping out the protesters as far as suggesting to get burner phones, et cetera, et cetera?
That's not something I've heard that's under consideration or discussion at this time.
Caroline.
Sure. Is ever yelling in the back? Go ahead. Sure.
Thank you. Bianca Gracia here, and I have a question. This week, the Democrats have chosen illegals over hard-working Hispanic Americans during Hispanic Heritage Month, causing the White House to cancel the celebration with the president. Is the president open to letting the Hispanics who overwhelmingly voted for him have their own siesta fiesta in the White House lawn opposed to the fancy, we don't need fancy schmancy, right? You can give us the backyard and we'll fill it all in and having our own fiesta. Is the president open to that?
I had no idea she was going to ask that question. I just want to preface that. I've never met you. I just want to say that, but welcome to the briefing room. I love your energy. I can't personally unilaterally promise the South Lawn grounds. We have some construction going on out there, but I know that everyone here views it as very unfortunate we had to cancel or hopefully just reschedule the Hispanic American Heritage Month event. And it's because we are working around the clock during this government shutdown. When the Democrats vote to reopen the government, that event will be back in the planning stages. Brian, go ahead.
Very much. Welcome to the briefing room, by the way. I was with the Secretary of War and the Attorney General in Memphis just the other day as we were going to a command center. And I noticed a billboard along the highway that said, "Memphis welcomes the National Guard." Now, what is your message today to Democrat mayors watching us right now that suffer from TDS and they cannot get Trump out of the way to saving their city, Portland being one of them?
They should do the right thing by their citizens, Brian. They should call the president. They should call the White House and say, we want to work with you. And in Memphis, we are seeing some cooperation. As you saw from that billboard, the people of Memphis are loving this, and they are very grateful for the federal government's efforts. And federal law enforcement is there. We're working alongside local law enforcement. We'd like to see it ramped up a little bit because we want to make progress and we want to arrest as many bad criminals as we can. Since Monday, I do have some updated statistics from the Homeland Security Council this morning. Since Monday, 153 arrests have been made in Memphis, including 5 gang members. 48 illegal guns have been seized, and 5 missing children have already been recovered. Last night, 60 arrests were made and 21 illegal firearms were seized. Arrests from last night include a suspect wanted for rape of a child under 13, first-degree murder, breaking and entering, aggravated assault, illegal drug possession, and many more. So we continue to see good results coming in through Memphis, and the president is very excited about making Memphis safe again. In the blue.
Thank you. At the top of the briefing, you made a statement about that the Democrats are interested in giving health care to illegal immigrants.
Yes, they are.
U.S. law already prohibits that. It's a 1996 law saying that they cannot give unauthorized immigrants any federally subsidized health care coverage through Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, or the Children's Health Insurance Program. There seems to be a disconnect in the messaging.
Are you denying that Medicaid money has never gone to illegal aliens in the United States of America?
I'm asking you if you can explain the disconnect in the messaging.
I most certainly can. The Democrats' proposal, their continuing resolution, let me just reiterate, the Republicans' continuing resolution was a clean continuing resolution. There was no partisan politics injected into it. There were no conservative wish lists injected to it. What the Republicans want and still want to this very second is a clean continuing resolution to fund the United States government. What did the Democrats want in their continuing resolution? They inserted a provision to undo a provision in the Working Families Tax Cut, the One Big Beautiful Bill, that ended taxpayer-funded health care illegal benefits for illegal aliens. Democrats' proposal would require Medicaid to pay more for emergency care provided to illegal aliens than Medicaid does for American patients who are disabled, elderly, or children. And this bill would have also allowed California to continue a gimmick that funds its Medicaid for illegals program. Those are things that we ended, the Trump administration ended with the passage and the signage of the One Big Beautiful Bill. And it is an undisputed fact, a fact that under the Biden administration, illegal aliens were absolutely receiving taxpayer-funded healthcare benefits. In fact, in fiscal year 2024, Medicaid costs for emergency services for illegal immigrants skyrocketed by 142% from the previous year to $9.1 billion. That's 9.1 billion taxpayer dollars that were going to emergency services for illegals. Between President Trump's last full fiscal year under his first administration and Joe Biden's last full fiscal year, Medicaid spending on emergency services for illegal immigrants nearly tripled. There was an increase of 196% between 2020 and 2024. And I have a chart here for you, and I'm more than happy to email it to you. I'd also like to add, because some were asking dishonest questions yesterday about emergency rooms. In Southern California, according to healthcare professionals in 2023, under the Biden administration, Southern California's, quote, entire healthcare system was being bombarded with illegal immigrants and forcing American patients to endure longer wait times. In Denver, Colorado, the CEO of Denver Health stated that 8,000 illegal immigrants made 20,000 visits to the city's health system in 2023, leaving an uncompensated bill totaling over $10 million. So when an illegal alien goes to the emergency room, who's paying for it? The American taxpayer. The main safety net hospital in Denver had to turn away patients due to the massive influx of illegal immigrants into the community. And UC Health Hospitals in 2024 reported their system was under stress from an increasing number of migrants. As a result, according to the head of emergency departments and urgent cares across the hospital system, quote, access is impeded for everyone. These are healthcare professionals who dealt with this directly, and there's a lot more where that came from. It is an undisputed fact that Democrats want to give taxpayer-funded healthcare benefits to illegal immigrants, period.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. Is the president talking directly to Democratic senators to try and get their vote for a clean CR?
The Senate Republicans are speaking directly with moderate Democrats. I understand those conversations have become very serious, and we hope positive in the right direction so that Democrats will do the right thing.
I don't know if you saw overnight a refinery in California went up in flames. Is the president going to help the governor should gas prices spike, or could he help the governor?
Look, I know the administration and the White House are aware of that situation that took place. I don't have any announcements for you, Ed, on that.
Has the president seen the first draft of the commemorative coin that the Treasury is doing for the 250th anniversary? It has his face on it.
Oh, I'm not sure if he's seen it, but I'm sure he'll love it. Caroline.
Thank you, Caroline. It's now being reported that former President Biden's DHS and TSA placed peaceful January 6th protesters and even Americans who refused to wear masks during COVID onto watch lists usually reserved for terrorists. Most of these people were not charged with crimes. Does the White House have a comment on the prior administration violating the free speech and due process of these Americans? And where is the outrage from the left that claims to stand for due process and free speech? And after that, I have another question about protecting journalists from Antifa.
Sure. Well, Kara, to your first point, please send me that report. That's certainly very concerning. I haven't seen it myself, but if indeed that was happening, it's something I'm sure the Department of Justice and the FBI would deem worthy of looking into.
Journalists, as you mentioned earlier, are being increasingly attacked by leftist protesters. I was actually assaulted outside of President Trump's United Nations speech, and I think the White House is aware that a Portland journalist was almost blinded by an Antifa protester. This has been a problem that's gone on for years, and police often say that their hands are tied. Does the White House have a plan or plan on issuing a statement maybe discouraging this violence against journalists out on the street like me and so many others in this room.
Well, I hope that my statement earlier in the briefing served that purpose. But of course, we condemn violence against anyone in this country, and journalists as well, who are exercising their First Amendment right. And there have been so many incredible independent journalists across the country who have gone undercover within Antifa and really have come to understand how this is a growing domestic terrorism threat inside of our country. And I would encourage maybe some of you in this room to get outside the Beltway and go do some of that undercover investigative reporting, because it is really incredible what they found. I met with one of them in my office yesterday, and they're doing very dangerous work in difficult circumstances. And Antifa is a very violent group, as you've experienced and that many others in the media have as well. Christian.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. Following up on Libby, sort of on the other side of the abortion debate, has the president abandoned his campaign pledge to mandate insurance coverage for IVF services?
No.
Was there any update on that? We flew by that May EO deadline for the White House to produce a plan.
I literally just read a statement from the Health and Human Services on you, for Libby at least, as far as IVF goes. I'll check in with our policy team and we'll get you some updates.
Russia, how concerned is the White House that the Russian Navy seems to be escalating its provocation of NATO allies? I'm talking, of course, to the several close calls they've had with the Danish military during the EU leaders meeting in Copenhagen.
It's something the administration takes very seriously, and we are constantly monitoring it. The National Security Council here at the White House is in constant correspondence with our NATO allies, and the president speaks to many of them as well.
Caroline, we've seen a spate of gun violence in this country, both mass shootings. We've seen this Michigan church that was attacked, children being shot in pews in Minnesota. We've also seen politically motivated assassinations of Minnesota lawmakers, Charlie Kirk. Has any of this made the president or the White House rethink gun safety prevention in this country? Either red flag laws, I know that that was a conversation in the first Trump administration, or is there anything on the table right now on gun violence?
Of course, this is an extremely pressing issue for the administration in our entire country. It's deeply alarming to everyone here, the violence that we've seen taking place all over the country, the assassinations that have unfortunately, tragically taken place throughout the last several months. There are many discussions about how to prevent such violence and how we can ensure that law enforcement has the resources they can on the ground to not only respond, but again, to prevent such tragedies from taking place. If there are red flags with an individual in a community, that they are treated as an emergency, a public safety emergency, not just, turn a blind eye to. There's many other things we can do, but the administration and the president has always also made it clear he's always going to protect the constitutional right, the Second Amendment constitutional right of Americans to own guns.
For Congress to pass a federal red flag law. Right now, they just incentivize states financially to have red flag laws. But I know Lindsey Graham has worked on this as a Republican. There are some Republicans that do support this kind of gun safety legislation.
I don't want to get ahead of the president on any congressional action or any suggestion to Congress on that matter. Andrew.
Thank you, Caroline. Two things. First, to follow up on something you said earlier about hospitals treating undocumented or illegal aliens. Is it the administration's position that hospitals should not have to treat people who come into the emergency department who are not here legally?
No, that's not our position. Our position is that it's completely unacceptable that the Biden administration paroled and encouraged an invasion of tens of millions of illegal aliens into our country and then promised them free health care. And the Democrats are on the record repeatedly stating that they believe illegal aliens should have healthcare benefits, free healthcare benefits in the United States of America. So that is a recipe for a disaster. Of course, you're going to encourage a mass illegal invasion of our country, which is exactly what happened. And we've seen the unfortunate consequence of that, where American patients are being put last, where American patients are having to wait in wait rooms, where grandmothers and grandfathers are waiting hours and hours for care because they're being put behind the line to illegal aliens. And we don't agree with that. We don't support that. That's why the administration is desperately trying to fix it and deport the tens of millions of illegal aliens that the Democrats and the Biden administration allowed into our country. And we'd love to continue doing that work so long as the federal government is reopened. And there are many federal law enforcement agents and officers right now who are working without pay. That's unacceptable. The Democrats need to reopen the United States government, and we hope that they will do the right thing on the Senate floor in just a few moments. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so that was the Diddy sentencing is on break until for about 14 more minutes. 14 minutes, Diddy sentencing hearing resumes. So we were showing you that White House press briefing there. And what I want to show you now is, while we wait for the sentencing hearing to begin again, I also want to give you an update on the boat that was destroyed by the U.S. military. The boat, they said, was from Venezuela. So this is the fourth time. By the way, thanks to Kenneth Colton and Steve Otten for your support. This was the fourth time that, by my count, that the U.S. military has destroyed a boat that they said was from Venezuela, that they said was bringing drugs to the U.S. and have shown video of it. So Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense / Secretary of War, said, you'll see it in a second here, earlier this morning, on President Trump's orders, I directed a lethal kinetic strike on a narco-trafficking vessel affiliated with designated terrorist organizations in the U.S. Southcom area of responsibility. 4 male narco-terrorists aboard the vessel were killed in the strike, and no U.S. forces were harmed in the operation. The strike was conducted in international waters just off the coast of Venezuela, while the vessel was transporting substantial amounts of narcotics headed to America to poison our people. Our intelligence, without a doubt, he says, our intelligence without a doubt confirmed that this vessel was trafficking narcotics. The people on board were narco-terrorists, and they were operating on a known narco-trafficking transit route. These strikes will continue until the attacks on the American people are over. And he posted the same video that President Trump posted. So just to update you on that, we're not covering that right now. That is not the purpose of this stream. But I did want to update you on this story. Now, let's get back to the Diddy sentencing hearing. That comes back in 11 minutes. So the remaining things to do at the hearing before the judge pronounces the sentence are, as I understand it, there is a speaker who's going to speak on Diddy's behalf, Reverend Dr. Johnson. Then 2 of Diddy's lawyers are going to make remarks. Already we heard from 2 of them. Then 2 more are going to make remarks. I believe Diddy himself is supposed to speak. And is that it before the sentencing? Oh, no, I think there's one other person speaking, if I have that right. Yes, a man from a re-entry program. So I believe, if Diddy is even speaking, I thought Diddy was speaking today. So by my count, I mean, that shouldn't take that long. That shouldn't take that long. Because the previous judges, the previous lawyers spoke, I think, for like 10, 15 minutes each. So, I mean, I'd be pretty shocked if this just didn't get done in the next couple hours. When the children of Diddy spoke, that was quite fast. So I don't even know how long it's going to take for Reverend Dr. Johnson and the man from the reentry program to speak. So remember, Diddy was convicted of 2 counts of transportation for the purpose of prostitution. Each of those counts carries a maximum of 10 years in prison. So 20 years is the maximum he could get. The prosecution is asking for over 11 years. The defense is asking for time served. The sentencing guidelines, according to the judge, are 70 to 87 months, but the judge could deviate from that. So I believe that it is expected that that Diddy would appeal Michael Ortiz. One of the articles I was reading said he's expected to appeal. And I would certainly not be, and I don't think he's not going to appeal if it's time served, because why would he want to appeal that? But I could certainly imagine him appealing any other. Okay. So we're waiting. Oh, this is obviously, oops, it still says the White House. Obviously, it's not the White House. This is New York, New York. So you're looking at a live shot of the front of the courthouse there. So a few more speakers when the hearing restarts. It is now 1:52. The hearing is restarting in 8 minutes. Less than 8 minutes. DE thinks it's taking too long. Well, that the hearing is what it is. Hey, thank you, Philip Rains, for your support. Thank you, Philip. Shout out to our moderators who are in our chat rooms as we wait for this hearing to resume. We will have more live coverage from you. Roberts May Queen is over there, Ruth Kafasi, and all of our other YouTube moderators. Thank you. Over on Twitch, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah, and Papa Bear. Speaking of Twitch, thank you to New Future Tech. New Future Tech for subscribing. Thanks also LV Beasy for subscribing. Devil Doc, thanks for the gift subs. Oh, I'm behind on thanking people on Twitch. Aloynia, thanks for subscribing. Gleggy, thanks for subscribing. Also, Linda Belglary and Misha moderate for us on X. Our Facebook moderators include people like Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Christina Neal, Shannon Davis Hughes. Thanks to all of our moderators. And we are awaiting the sentencing decision. We have a few more speakers to go. But thanks to Matthew Lee, who is in the courthouse, thanks to his reporting, we will be able to hear what's going on in the courtroom, or read what's going on in the courtroom. All right, about 5 minutes left. Hey, thank you to BT so much. Thank you, BT. I really appreciate it. BT. Ooh, hold on a second here. Let me just check something. Let me check. Okay, nothing there. All right, about 4 minutes left. Yes, we have done multiple polls on Diddy sentencing time already. The last one we did, more people thought it would be 5 to 10 years, which was within the sentencing guidelines. That was the most popular choice. The least popular choice was time served. But there were people who, I mean, it was about 20% or 15 to 20% said time served. About 30%, 35% said 5 to 10 years. And then the other ones had between 20 and 30%, over 10 years or 0 to 5 years. Maybe we'll do another poll later. All right, about less than 3 minutes until the hearing resumes. Less than 3 minutes. Thank you for being here for our coverage. Jelly Bean thinks it will be 0 to 5 years because Diddy has connections. I'm just seeing if Matthew has any updates. Less than 2 minutes until we're supposed to resume here. Diddy's children, a number of his children spoke. 6 of them spoke. That has already happened. All right, it is 1:59. Oh, thank you so much, In the Wind. Hey, In the Wind, that's really nice. I will do that. In the Wind, thanks so much for your support. All right, really should be any moment now that the hearing resumes. Should be any moment now. Oh, thanks also to James Ullman for your support. Thank you so much, James. James Ullman, thank you for your support. All right, it is now 2 Eastern time. It is now 2 Eastern time, guys. So I'm going to remove this. Did Matthew post an update yet? But let's see. No update from Matthew yet. The verdict, there was already a verdict. You mean the sentencing decision will happen after all the speakers finish up? So as far as I'm aware, there are two of his lawyers are still to speak. They shouldn't take that long to speak. And then there's two other speakers who are speaking on his behalf. And I don't know if there are going to be other speakers besides that. I don't know. While we wait for this to pick up, I just want to mention something else. Real quick. The U.S. Treasurer Brandon Beach, who supervises U.S. currency, he posted that these are real first drafts of coins, of a coin with President Trump on it, a $1 coin that would be a coin to honor America's 250th birthday next year. He says these first drafts are real. He says looks forward to sharing more after the shutdown. So I just wanted to mention that. Okay, waiting for updates from the hearing. Matthew still hasn't posted from the hearing room. It is now 2:04 p.m. The hearing was supposed to resume at 2. I have not seen an update from the hearing room yet. Yeah, still no update from Matthew. So that's what we're waiting for. As soon as I have an update from the courtroom, I will let you know. We should be getting updates at any moment. I really think they're going to. I don't think this will be a 2-day event. I think that this should be something that they're going to want to get done today. And again, I mean, unless there's lots of other stuff to do that I'm not aware of, I don't think the speakers we know about remaining are going to be that long. But I have not seen confirmation that they have come back from break. Let's see. We are back. No, we're not back. I thought we were back. We're not back yet. We might be back, but I haven't confirmed it. I thought that Intercity Press reported. They were supposed to resume at 2. Somebody asked why I didn't cover something yesterday. Yeah, I posted on my X account, on the X account for the channel about this yesterday, and I'm in Madrid, Spain right now. So the last couple days I've been traveling, and I will do my best while in Madrid, like today, to be on the air and cover breaking news. I do apologize for anything I'm unable to cover because I'm traveling. For updates about the channel, I would encourage you to follow the X account for the channel at Agenda Free TV. As I said earlier, I will be periodically doing streams and posting videos on my personal channel about Spain while I'm here, about Madrid. That is Lookner on YouTube and Look Nerd on Twitch. Again, the channel is called Lookner on YouTube and Look Nerd on Twitch. I actually did a live stream yesterday from here. I still haven't seen any updates from Matthew. So the New York Times reported that Diddy is back in the courtroom and people are trickling back into the courtroom after a lunch break. So, hey, thanks, Melody J, by the way. I appreciate that, Melody J. Thank you. So, again, people are coming back into the courtroom. As of 3 minutes ago, it had not quite resumed, but Diddy is there. Yes, CNN also says now that Diddy and defense attorneys and prosecutors are all back in the courtroom. Well, there you go. The update should resume soon. Thank you, Fritz, for your support over on YouTube. I don't know if we're going to hear from any of the victims in the courtroom today. One of them using the pseudonym of Mia was supposed to speak, but she's not going to be speaking in the courtroom. So I don't know if we're going to hear any victim impact statements. Multiple outlets like the Washington Post report that while that 11-minute video was being played about Diddy, his defense team played this video about him before the break, he sobbed. The Washington Post said he shielded his face with one hand and he shook his seat as he sobbed. I'm sure after this happens, we'll be hearing from both legal teams as well. They are back. They are back. Confirmation they're back. I have an update now from at Inner City Press. Matthew Lee posted another update. Look at it. I'm going to show you right now. Here it is. Oh, I got to put the caption up, by the way. 2:11 p.m. They are back. Judge, Mr. Steele. Okay, so this is now another of Diddy's lawyers speaking. I am honored to practice in this majestic courthouse, he says. I sit here with tears in my eyes. I can't believe we're here. Sean Combs has impacted America in such a positive manner. So we'll see what he has to say. Okay, so we are back. The person who is speaking is Brian Steele. Brian Steele is speaking right now. He is the third of Diddy's lawyers to speak. We'll see what he has to say. We should be getting more rapid updates now. Again, prosecutors want over 11 years. The defense wants time served. The judge says the sentencing guideline is 70 to 87 months, but he can deviate from that. Ann Shirley thinks the statements are so over the top. I had to get some more water in a second. I'm going to take a second and get some more water. In a second, I will do that. Oh, we have an update. We have an update from Inner City Press. Okay, so here is what Brian Steele is saying, Diddy's lawyer. Right down here, Steele, the jury has spoken. We have been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act. Sean's father was killed when he was 3. He was raised in Harlem in the 1970s. It was different. His mother had 3 jobs, moved them to Mount Vernon. Let me get water for a second. Let me get some water. I'm going to disappear for about 20 seconds. Give me 20 seconds. 20 seconds. I got my water. Okay, let's see if we have another update from Matthew. Not yet. Waiting for the next update. During their presentation today, the prosecution, among other things, told the judge that not sentencing Diddy to significant prison time would, in effect, be allowing him to get away with years of domestic violence. The prosecution also blasted Diddy for, according to them, having booked a speaking gig in Miami next week, apparently assuming he'd be free to do it. That's from a summary by AP. Oh, we have another update from Matthew Lee, who is in the courtroom. Check it out. Steele. Diddy goes to Howard University, but he has another idea. He goes to work at a record company. He's in the studio with artists. His ear is better than everyone's. He works harder than anyone else. More trauma. His best friend is shot in LA in a drive-by shooting. This is his lawyer talking. Yes, a number of viewers are pointing out. I'm assuming that's referring to Notorious B.I.G., Biggie. Again, thanks so much to Inner City Press for letting us show his reporting today. He's really the best at this. He is fantastic. Matthew Lee. I am paying Matthew to be able to use his reporting today, as he deserves. But you can follow him at Inner City Press if you'd like. Okay, here's two more posts from Matthew Lee about what lawyer Brian Steele is saying on Diddy's behalf. Brian Steele says, Sean is upset. He is trying to break down barriers. He has an operation and he's upset, I guess, after the various things happened to him, including Biggie getting killed. He is trying to break down barriers. He has an operation and he gets addicted to the painkillers he's given. He has been high from then until 2024. He's been high from the painkillers from then until 2024. You heard it at trial. He was medicated because his body was hurt, his emotion too. On occasion, he would hit the woman he loved. He loved Miss Ventura. I have been with Sean more than my family since I met him. He has taken responsibility. He would have pled guilty to the Mann Act, but they wouldn't offer that. By the way, thank you to Scott Bixler. Scott thinks Diddy is walking free today. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate that. And Scott Bixler Photography. Also, Fritz. Thanks for the membership, Fritz. We have another post here, another update. Steele. I have been there when Sean has prayed for healing for anyone he has heard. It is now 12 months and 17 days in the detention center. There are certain people who gain prestige if they hurt him in the detention center. The guard stopped a man with a shank. He eats out of bags, chips. Thank you to our member S, by the way, for being a member. Great reporting by Matthew Lee, letting us hear what Diddy's lawyer Richard Steele is saying in the hearing. Thank you also, Malin Hustveld from Norway. Malin says, do you think Diddy's career is over after this? I can't speak to that. I have no idea. I mean, obviously, if he's in jail, that will seriously hurt his career, obviously. But, I mean, I don't know. Will he eventually do more music? He's 55 years old right now. I don't know if his career is over. All right, hang on a moment here. Thank you again, Malin Hustveld. Another post here. Okay. Brian Steele. Diddy lives with 25 people in the detention center in one room. There's a TV area, a supposed bed. There are drugs there. He has not taken drugs. There is violence. The water is polluted. You have to boil it. There are screams day and night. Thank you to Fitzy's Place. Thank you, Fitzy's Place. Thanks also, Young Depresso. Thank you, Young Depresso from the UK. And the Composite Operator. Thank you. Tanks a Lot says it's jail. Thanks to my Crystal Clear Life for subscribing on Twitch, by the way. Also, Bucks on Top. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Waiting for the next update about what Diddy's lawyer is saying in the sentencing hearing. As soon as I have it, I will show you. No update yet. The prosecution already made their presentation today. That's done. So we're still listening to the defense presentation. So just to go over what this is the third of Diddy's lawyers who has spoken in this presentation. Just to go over what he has said so far. Richard Steele. I am honored to practice in this majestic courtroom. I sit here with tears in my eyes. I can't believe we're here. Sean has impacted America in such a positive manner. The jury has spoken. We have been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act. Sean's father was killed when he was 3. He was raised in Harlem in the 1970s. It was different. His mother had 3 jobs, moved them to Mount Vernon. He goes to Howard University, but he has another idea. He goes to work at a record company. He's in the studio with artists. His ear is better than everyone's. He works harder than everyone else. More trauma. His best friend is shot in LA in a drive-by shooting. Sean is upset. He is trying to break down barriers. He has an operation and he gets addicted to the painkillers he's given. He has been high from them until 2024. You heard it at the trial. He was medicated because his body was hurt, his emotion too. On occasion, he would hit the woman he loved. He loved Miss Ventura. I have been with Sean more than my family since I met him. He has taken responsibility. He would have pled guilty to the Mann Act, but they wouldn't offer that. I have been there when Sean has prayed for healing for anyone he has heard. It is now 12 months and 17 days in the detention center. There are certain people who gain prestige if they hurt him. The guard stopped a man with a shank. He eats out of bags, chips. He lives with 25 people in one room. There's a TV area, a supposed bed. There are drugs there. He has not taken drugs. There is violence. The water is polluted. You have to boil it. There are screams day and night. What I'm going to do, just give me, I need real quick to, oops. I need to just take 1 minute. Steve will be back in 1 minute. I'm going to disappear for 1 minute. I'm coming right back. Okay? So just give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back, and I will be on the screen in 1 minute. Thank you for your patience. I am back. Let's see if we have updates now. Let's see if we have updates. But I want to write Diddy's lawyers are making presentation. Okay. Now, still no update from the courtroom from Matthew yet, after the last one. I assume we'll get several in a row. We are waiting for further updates from the courtroom. We have an update right now. Here we go. Here is the update. Brian Steele, some in the media, not all, who have written that Sean is an outcast, a leper. That is not true. He has done things I would only dream of doing. There is a man released to his home, Charles Scruggs. He can speak. He is by the phone now. Okay, I think so. They said that somebody was going to speak from a re-entry program, or from re-entry. So Charles Scruggs is going to speak on the phone. Is this somebody who was in the detention center with Diddy? Is that who's speaking now? Is that who Charles Scruggs is? Let me look this up. Yes, Charles Scruggs is a former inmate who he actually provided a letter of support for Diddy. So I guess what's going to happen now is an inmate who was there in the prison, in the jail with Diddy recently, he's now, I guess, at home, and he's going to speak on the phone to the court. That's what it sounds like is happening right now. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. I have an update. Steele, Diddy's lawyer, October 6th. Oh, remember the prosecution claimed that Diddy had booked a speaking engagement in Miami for next week. And they said he is hubris. He thinks he's going to get off and not do any more time. So his lawyer, Brian Steele, Diddy's lawyer, says October 6th is not a speaking engagement. It is that people realize he is different. He can speak about drugs, about putting your hands on a woman. He can change people's lives. It is not a speaking engagement. It is a healing. That is from Brian Steele. Again, this is one of Diddy's legal team speaking in the court right now to the judge. And again, I believe that shortly we're going to hear from Charles Scruggs, who was an inmate recently of Diddy's in the detention center. We are waiting for the next update from the court. Hey, thanks, Pickled Witch. Thank you, Pickled Witch, for your support. Hang on one moment here. We are waiting for the next update. Again, this is not, he is not posting every single word that's being said in the courtroom, Matthew Lee. He's posting what I believe is what he feels is the most important, relevant stuff. We're waiting for the next update. Jason Booley, thank you. Jason thinks the hearing is taking too long. Well, what can I say? This is how, the judge has allowed both sides to speak, and they wanted to have a bunch of speakers. I mean, there's been way more people speaking on Diddy's side than the prosecution side, but I'm sure the judge is running it as the judge feels the law allows, and they've had a bunch of speakers on Diddy's side. I mean, this is the third of Diddy's lawyers who's speaking right now. Thank you, Danny Morales. I appreciate that, Danny Morales. Chupa Thingy thinks Diddy's case is weak and they are banking on sympathy. CK thinks it's time wasting by the defense. Dean R says, I wonder if the judge has a decision prepared. Oh no, that's not a new update. Waiting for the latest update. The judge has said that the federal guidelines are 70 to 87 months, but he can deviate from that, the judge. Eddie, our viewer, thinks he will serve 2 years in addition to the year that he has served. Another update. Now, hold on a second. Oh, here it is. Yes. Okay. Another update. Here's a next comment from Brian Steele. This was a voluntary sexual encounter consented to by adults. I agree with Ms. Shapiro, who's another of the defense lawyers. This is issue preclusion, double jeopardy, a due process violation. So I don't really know what to make of all of this. Double jeopardy is being charged twice for the same, being tried twice for the same crime, am I not? Or charged twice? I have to look it up. So this lawyer has now been speaking for about a half an hour, about 35 minutes. Double jeopardy is being tried or punished again for the same crime after a valid acquittal or conviction. I just looked up. People show you who they are, says that is what double jeopardy is. The unseen oracle thinks the defense is trying the emotional manipulation card. As soon as I have the next post, I will let you know. So the sentencing will come after the speakers finish on Diddy's side. That's my understanding. Mel's thinks it's too late to argue procedure. Still waiting for the next update. Chris Gristle thinks it is taking too long. The hearing started at 10, and they had like about an hour lunch break. So it's been about a 4-hour hearing so far. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. We have an update via Matthew Lee. Here's the next thing that Brian Steele says. Diddy's lawyer. Check it out. Steele, we asked Sean to be able to have a 14-month sentence. He has taken full accountability. He is not using drug addiction as a crutch. He is saying he wants to repair. He will never be a danger. He is a civil rights leader. Now, remember, he has already served over 12 months. They are asking for him to have 14 months. This lawyer has been speaking for like 40 minutes. Now, my guess is that two of these people we're waiting for speak are the inmate who was in the detention center with Diddy. I can't imagine the inmate will speak for that long. When Diddy's children spoke, that was quite fast. And then there's another person. Who's it? Reverend Dr. Johnson is supposed to speak on his behalf. I can't imagine he'll speak for that long. And maybe one other lawyer, I think, is speaking. One of our viewers thinks the judge already had his sentencing decided before the courtroom drama today. That's what Mad Dogs thinks. All right, do we have another update? Waiting to give you another update here. We're still waiting for the next one. Dean R. thinks these long speeches may backfire on defense. As soon as I have the next update, I will show you. Edie Tonk says the longer it takes, the more money the lawyers make. I wonder if Steele finished with that. Let's see. Now, I am seeing CNN reports that Steele also said that if Diddy is released, he will move to Miami to be close to his mother. Okay. Oh, guys, look. Oh, we have an update here. Update from Matthew. We can now hear from the Reverend. All right. So Reverend Dr. Jordan is speaking. Reverend, I will be personally responsible for seeing Diddy rehabilitated. I close with this, as Michael Jordan said, these sneakers are just sneakers, but when my son put them on, Sean needs an opportunity. I guess I'm not sure. So the Reverend is this person who would be responsible for seeing him, or is he saying, I will be personally responsible, like I'll vouch for him, or I'm gonna like help? I'm a little confused as to what he's saying. Sean is Yo Daddy says he's Diddy's pastor, so he's vouching for him. That I don't know. But I mean, he is speaking on his behalf. You just heard what he said. See if we get any more from him. Reverend Dr. It's Reverend Dr. What is his name? Just going back here. Reverend Dr. Johnson. Reverend Dr. Johnson is his name. I don't know what his full name is. But it's Reverend Dr. Johnson. Well, maybe he has a PhD. Hold on a second here. One sec. Now, so Brian Steele must be done speaking now, right? And after Reverend Dr. Johnson, there's the inmate who was with Diddy in the detention center, and there's one more lawyer, I think, speaking. Thanks, Chupa Thingy, for being a member. By the way, Brian Steele also said, I don't know if it's weird. I don't know if Inner City Press Matthew today is having an issue posting some of his posts, because normally I feel like there'll be a bunch of updates and then they'll stop, and I feel like he might be having some issue, but then we get some more. Anyways, CNN also reported that Brian, or he might just not be posting everything and just posting what he thinks is the most important stuff. But Brian Steele also said, according to CNN, Brian Steele said of Diddy, his good outweighs his bad by far. So you let him know. One sec here. You're listening to me type. All right. Oh, we got a couple more. We got another update here. We got another update from Matthew. Here we go. Reverend, you have been very honorable in this court. Steele, we'll have Mr. Donaldson. Oh. Okay, so I think this is the last lawyer speaking now. Okay, so the Reverend spoke. We didn't hear much about what the Reverend said. I'm going to try to get some more updates on that. But the Reverend is done. Okay, now Xavier Donaldson. I think he is the last of the 4 lawyers of Diddy who's going to be speaking today, I think. He says, it's been a long day, but I think it's been worth it. I want the record to be clear that Mr. Combs is not a pimp, meaning he's not like running a business of controlling prostitutes. Give me a moment here. So remember, just a little background on the case where, as AP says, the testimony had trial from women who described, now I wanted to give you a basic summary of what the allegations were. Yes, former girlfriend of Diddy and our former girlfriend Cassandra Cassie Ventura told jurors that Diddy Combs ordered her to have disgusting sex with strangers hundreds of times during their decade-long relationship. The jury, a woman who testified under the pseudonym Jane said she was subjected to violence and felt obligated to perform sexually with male sex workers at drug-fueled hotel nights while Combs watched and sometimes filmed. Cassie said they described multi-day freak-offs where these things would happen. The only Combs accuser, the only victim. So people were asking about, are we going to have victim impact statements today? There was one Combs accuser who was going to speak in person today. That person went by the pseudonym Mia. AP says she backed out after defense objections to her speaking. The woman, a former personal assistant to Combs, who testified under the pseudonym Mia, accused Combs of raping her in 2010 and has urged the judge to impose a sentence reflecting the ongoing danger my abuser poses to me and to others. So she was the only accuser who was going to speak today, and she's not speaking. Now, the defense, by the way, just to remind you, they said, by the way, where is it here? Combs' lawyers said the sexual encounters were consensual and that a year in jail has spurred his sobriety and remorse, says AP. All right, let's try to get you some more updates from the actual courtroom. Oh, and by the way, also, hold on. Actually, Combs' pastor who spoke was Reverend Gary Johnson, who spoke a few minutes ago. He said, as we heard, that he would consider himself personally responsible for Combs' rehabilitation. According to CBS News, he said a longer jail sentence will not benefit Diddy, and that he said he believes in redemption for Diddy. So he spoke already, and I think we're listening to the last lawyer right now. Here's more via Matthew Lee. Here's the latest post. Just posted. Donaldson, Combs' lawyer. Here in the Southern District of New York, we have had U.S. senators prosecuted here. I dare anyone to say anyone else in the last 30 years did what he did in the detention center. The true Sean Combs came back. So they've been talking about how Sean Combs helped other inmates, how they've been talking about this course he developed, supposedly this 6-week course that Diddy developed in the detention center where he's been staying. A 6-week course called Free Game with Diddy. It's a business course. Us Weekly said they had a copy of the letter that was submitted to the judge this week. An inmate, I guess several inmates reportedly submitted these letters. Several inmates submitted letters on Diddy's behalf. And one inmate said that Diddy has helped prisoners develop life and entrepreneurial skills through a course he's been teaching in the detention center called Free Game with Diddy. The inmate in the letter, says Us Magazine, described Diddy as a kind, sensitive, and genius person. So this might be the last lawyer to speak. This might be the last lawyer, guys. Maybe. If this is the last lawyer, I don't know if we're going to hear from that one prisoner. I don't imagine that prisoner will speak for very long. And I mean, so we'll see, but I'm not aware of anything else that needs to be done before the judge announces his sentencing. Although maybe he'll say, I'm taking a break and I'll come back with my sentencing. We'll have to see. Maybe more lawyers will speak. This is the fourth one. C. Graff says, seems like they're giving the judge time to think about it. No, the jury's not there. They have convicted him. Oh, I have another update from the lawyer speaking right now. Via Matthew Lee. Donaldson, Combs' lawyer. I spoke to chiefs of police in Miami. I spoke to superintendents of education in Miami. Everyone said, this is something different. Let me close with this. Or no, let him close with this. People like me are supposed to be here to show that we can do it. I'm not, maybe a little missing here. This is Xavier Donaldson. Oh, another lawyer is going to speak. Mark Agnifilo, another lawyer, is going to speak after Donaldson, according to CNN. That'll be the fifth defense lawyer to speak. So his fifth, the fifth one is coming up. Here's the next update right here. Hold on. We have an update. We have an update. Oh, by the way, hold on a second. Hold on. We have a speaker, Donaldson, lawyer. We have a speaker ready to say that these are not speaking engagements that Diddy has scheduled. May he? It's the executive director of Reentry One. Judge, what is the gentleman's name? Giovanni. Judge, I have a letter from these others. 1 minute is fine. Okay? So, again, the prosecution had claimed that Diddy had scheduled speaking engagements next week and said he was showing arrogance. They call it hubris because he was showing that he thinks he's just going to get out. Multiple of his lawyers have said, no, these were not speaking engagements. They were like helping people, I guess. One of them said it's not a speaking engagement. It's a healing, I think. Anyways, you can see the lawyer says, we have a speaker ready to say these are not speaking engagements. May he? It's the executive director of Reentry One. Judge, what is the gentleman's name? Donaldson Giovanni. Judge, I have a letter from these others. 1 minute is fine. Good reporting from Matthew Lee. Okay, here it is. Great job. We got an update from Matthew. Look at this already. My name is Giovanni Cyrus from Reentry One. We serve a couple of hundred people each per year. I have read the letter of those impacted by the teaching and mentorship of Mr. Sean Combs. As a formerly incarcerated person myself, I see the impact. I guess it's re-entry to society from prisoners, sounds like. So maybe he's saying like, well, I read the letters from the prisoners about how much Diddy helped them in prison, so I wanted him to speak at my organization or something like that. We'll see. Bella says we will be here until Christmas with all these speakers. The only one I'm aware of, there's only one more I'm aware of, and that is the fifth lawyer. That's the last one I'm aware of. There may be more, but all of the ones so far have been mentioned. Because before the break, they said there were going to be two lawyers, and they said there was going to be the person from the reentry, and they said there was going to be the reverend. That was the ones. And that's who we've been hearing from. But I guess there's going to be one more lawyer. Bilbo says, is there a limit to how many lawyers can speak? I mean, maybe the judge can set a limit. I mean, I don't think the judge would necessarily let 100 speak, but I'm guessing the judge, it sounds like the judge has a bit of leeway here, but I mean, I don't know how, I'm not a legal expert. Maybe it's just the thing where the judge is like, you know, if they want to speak, unless it's just an insane number, just let them do it. I don't know how the judge is restrained here and what the judge has to take into account. New update from Matthew. Giovanni Cyrus says, when a person creates his own program while incarcerated, it shows something. I know, I've done it. Not even a parking ticket since. I work with probation. I speak at many different functions with the private prison operator that we work with. This is Giovanni Cyrus for Reentry 1. So clearly, the speakers on Diddy's behalf, his legal team and others, have been really talking about this 6-week course he developed in prison for prisoners. Or in jail, I guess. It was just during the last year. Free game with Diddy, right? That's what it's called? Patty thinks his attorneys devised the course idea for this. I don't know. One of the viewers was asking about the title "Free Game with Diddy." Is game like supposed to mean like skills? So it's like free skills with Diddy? You're getting free skills by this course? From this course? Maybe? I don't know for sure. Our viewers are saying yes. A lot of our viewers are saying yes. Free game is free advice, says one of our viewers. Free knowledge education, says Alexia. So we're waiting for the next update. He was supposed to speak for a minute. Thanks, Lorna Landgren. Do we know if the judge will sentence today? Look, it's 3:25 p.m. I believe there's just one more speaker. I would certainly think the judge would want to get it done today. I would certainly think the judge doesn't want to bring people back into the room. So I don't know for sure, but again, I'm not aware of any other speaker. And now maybe it takes the judge a while to think. If it's going to take the judge 3 hours to decide, well, then maybe. I would think all other things being equal, the judge would want to bring everybody back. And then it's Friday, right? Hey guys, I got an update from Matthew. Yeah, so what Matthew said, I just messaged Matthew real quick. I just let him know that sometimes, there's more frequent updates and less. I just wanted to make sure he knew if he was having connection problems. So what Matthew said is that, well, this is what I thought was the case, is that, sometimes the speakers are speaking, but there's not much new and important for him to relay. So he's not like literally trying to give you every word of what they say. He's really trying to give you the most important stuff. So he, as I said before, he's the best one I've seen at doing this. When you go in and he's basically live posting this whole hearing, and I'm paying Matthew for the ability to show you all his posts. But I really appreciate him letting us look at his post today. And I just saw a new update from him. But you can follow him if you want. He covers different trials at Inner City Press. So new update from Matthew. Giovanni Saris says, Judge, we are eager to work with Mr. Combs in the same way. We have established engagements in communities in need. Lastly, our mission is centered in the idea that those closest to the problem will solve it. Judge, okay, thank you very much. So Giovanni Cyrus is done speaking. Matthew told me the sentence is coming soon. Matthew knows what he's talking about. Matthew messaged me that he believed the sentencing was coming soon. That's what Matthew says. And he's in the courtroom. Okay? He said the sentencing should be coming soon, and he put soon in capital letters when he wrote to me. But I think there's one more speaker. Yes, here's the last speaker, I think. The next speaker has started already. This is Mark Agnifilo. Mark Agnifilo, the fifth lawyer of Diddy to speak today. Here it is. Look, Combs Agnifilo. It's getting late. I'll be brief, he says. I started in the Manhattan DA's office in 1990. We mostly had to put people in jail. In 1996, the Center for Court Innovation started. John Jay did a lot of studies. DV tends to come from some childhood trauma. What is DV? It looks like. I'm going to say, I hope I don't regret saying this in the headline. Soon, judge announces sentence for Sean Diddy Combs. I hope I don't regret putting soon. We'll see if I do. Domestic violence. Oh, domestic violence. Thank you, viewers. Domestic violence. So his lawyer said domestic violence tends to come from some childhood trauma. Oh, another update from Diddy's lawyer, the fifth of his lawyers to speak today. Agnifilo. Doctors found that Sean had PTSD. He grew up without a father. His father was murdered when he was a baby. The family didn't tell him how his father died, but he picked it up from the street. He gave a commencement address at Howard in 2014. Thank you, Tyler James, for your support, by the way. We are waiting. Again, I think this is the last speaker, and he said he's going to be brief. This is Mark Agnifilo, Combs, one of Diddy's lawyers. He's the fifth of Diddy's lawyers to address the court today. I think he's the last one. Now, I don't know how long, if he is the last speaker, how long does it take the judge to decide on the sentencing? Again, Matthew Lee, who really knows what he's talking about, the reporter, says he thinks it's going to be soon. He thinks it's going to be soon. I will say a couple of the lawyers have noticed, like Agnifilo said it's getting late, and one of them said it's been a long day. So it seems that this is longer maybe than the usual sentencing hearing. Some of our viewers think the judge had already decided, or maybe had at least had a decent idea of it. So remember, the defense has asked for 14 months. The prosecution has asked for more than 11 years. Sentencing guidelines, according to the judge, are 70 to 87 months, which is about roughly 6 to 7.5 years. And he's already served about a year. So we're still waiting for Agnifilo to finish. Update. We have an update from Matthew. Look at it right here. Agnifilo. Diddy found in the microfilm how his father died in a drug deal gone bad. Maybe that's the trauma. He had major depressive disorder. Okay, I'm going to sit down in 5 minutes. Then Miss Slavic and Mr. Combs, the last word. Whoa, okay. So he says, I'm going to sit down in 5 minutes. Did the judge say that? I'm confused. But Mr. Combs, is Diddy going to speak? Because I'd heard Diddy might speak. Miss Slavic is the prosecutor. But the prosecution, does she get to speak one more time? Is that what's going on? I guess Diddy's going to speak. But again, Slavic is one of the prosecutors. One of the viewers says it's a shame this isn't televised. I wonder, this might have been, so when this says, I don't know if this, I'm going to sit down in 5 minutes, then Miss Slavic, then Mr. Combs, the last word. I don't know if that was the judge saying that or Agnifilo saying that. I mean, it might have just been a mistake. I assume it's Agnifilo saying it. The sentencing hearing began at 10 a.m. It is now 3:37 p.m., although they did take about an hour for lunch. Oh, here we go. Here's okay. Look, this is another post, another more comments from Agnifilo, Diddy's lawyer. I am asking you to release him today. He has been punished publicly. Everyone knows every twist and turn in this case. This is also a form of general deterrence. The publicity he got, Miss Ventura's lawsuit, it destroyed his businesses. Oh, thank you so much. I forgot to thank Raphael Legond. Raphael says, Mark is the lead lawyer for Puff. He is a star. Thank you, Raphael Legond. And also Shelley Martell and Dan B, if I didn't thank you before. Shelley Martell and Dan B. Thank you, and thank you, Raphael. Hang on a moment here. Bringing you live coverage here. So it seems like Diddy is going to speak. About 5 minutes ago, Mark Agnifilo, lawyer for Sir Diddy, said he's going to sit down in 5 minutes. Oh, he is the lead defense attorney, as one of our viewers said, as Raphael said. He is speaking now. So he said he wants the prosecution to give her rebuttal comments, which I guess she gets to do, before Diddy addresses the court. So Diddy gets the last word before the sentence is imposed. I don't know that that's going to happen, though. Is that not supposed to happen? Does the prosecution supposed to speak after Diddy? Oh, hold on a second. I have an update here. Agnifilo, who's the lead lawyer for Diddy. We are proposing, I'm asking you to release him. We already said, he said, I'm asking you to release him today. He has been punished publicly. Everyone knows every twist and turn of this case. This is also a form of general deterrence. The publicity that he got, Miss Ventura's lawsuit, it destroyed his businesses. We are proposing mental health treatment, a domestic violence program. Sometimes group programs are the best. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I'm not asking for a light sentence. I'm asking for mental health, the root problem. I wonder how long the prosecution rebuttal will be. Maybe Diddy will speak next. Maybe if the prosecution gets to go last, that Diddy will speak next. He might be the next speaker, Diddy. Diddy himself. We are waiting for the next update. There was only, somebody said, did they have victim impact statements? There was only supposed to be one accuser who spoke today, and it turns out she wasn't speaking in court today. So again, my understanding is the last two speakers, from what was just said by Diddy's lead lawyer, the last two speakers are Diddy, and the prosecution gets to make their rebuttal. Okay, hold on a second. Here we go. Listen. Mark Agnifilo has finished speaking. Look. Agnifilo, I will stop here and turn it over to the government. I think it's only fair that Mr. Combs has the last word. Judge, Ms. Slavic, Prosecutor Slavic, going back a few hours to Mr. Driscoll, we have cited cases with sentences of 135 months based on abuse. Okay, Diddy is it sounds like the prosecution is fine with Diddy having the last word. So, two more speakers. Right now, the prosecution is giving the rebuttal, and then Diddy will speak. Okay? So, let me put that. Prosecution giving final rebuttal, then Diddy speaks. Oh, thank you to Crazy Yoda. Crazy Yoda says the prosecution will usually speak at last in doing closing arguments and after Diddy. Well, I don't know. I mean, you can see Agnifilo said, I think it's only fair that Mr. Combs had the last word. And prosecution is now talking. So I don't know that the prosecution is going to speak after Diddy. Hold on a second. Wait a second. Let's look. Thank you, Crazy Yoda. Okay, Slavic is speaking right now, the prosecution. She says, we have cited cases with sentences of 135 months based on abuse. Back to the Dylan Jordan case. Let's zoom out. Why did Judge Cronin take into account the previous sentence? Because Jordan knew it was wrong. He quit the business before he was prosecuted. Here, the defendant continues crimes. So this is getting back to a case that the prosecution talked about hours ago, saying that it was comparable to this one. So I can't get into all myself with my non-expert knowledge. I cannot get into an analysis of comparing this to the Dylan Jordan case and the arguments going on here. But anyways, that's what that's referring to. Again, I am in Madrid right now, so if it looks or sounds a bit different today, it's because I am doing this broadcast from Madrid, Spain. Oh, hold on. Another update here via Matthew. Prosecutor Slavic. Pimps control their victims. That is what happened here. $1.4 million would be 90 some freak-offs. There were more than that here. Mr. Driscoll challenged us to find abusive texts like he quoted, but this case has physical abuse on video. So basically, again, this is a response to points that the defense made when they were speaking today. So I can't give you a legal analysis of all of this, but the prosecution is addressing different points that the various lawyers for Diddy made when they were speaking. The 1.4 million is a reference to something, and I'm not exactly sure what. I forget where that was brought up. I think they were saying at some point that the defense was arguing that Diddy didn't make money off of the prostitutes being flown back and forth like a pimp would or something. Yeah, they were saying, they said Diddy is not a pimp. And they said that this was not that the flying the prostitutes around was not a money-making operation for Diddy. Therefore, he shouldn't get the same kind of sentence that somebody who's making money off of it would make. But you can see here in the rebuttal, the prosecutor says pimps control their victims. That's what happened here. And then I think that one of the lawyers had said something like, well, look at this other case where there was this abusive text sent and by the person who was charged. And the prosecution says, well, in this case, there's physical abuse on video. Anyways, it's responding to the defense. Oh, another update. Look at this. The prosecution says, the defendant Diddy is a master puppeteer. His video has better production values than the Intercontinental Hotel video, where he was shown. That's the video where he's shown beating a woman, right? The hotel video. His video is the 11-minute video that the defense team showed today. His video has better production values than the hotel video, but the hotel video shows who he is. Right now, he would apologize to his victims. 5 lawyers spoke for him. Mr. Steele said Cassie wanted it. All right, I'm a little confused. Again, this is like shorthand here. Hang on. Yeah, the Diddy video showed him physically abusing his then girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. That's the 2016 hotel surveillance video, I believe, from the articles I just looked at. All right, hold on a moment here. So again, the prosecution is doing what I believe is their final rebuttal right now. And then before the sentencing, we're going to hear from Diddy himself. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. Mitchell Pilot, I'll be keeping an eye on the breaking news updates, and I will mention them as warranted. Thank you so much, Mitchell Pilot. I appreciate it. Thanks also, Crazy Yoda. Thank you so much, Crazy Yoda. Really appreciate that. I think the Mr. Steele said Cassie wanted it might be a reference to Diddy's defense team arguing that this was consent, that the sexual activities were consensual. I think, but I'm not positive. Breaking news. Hold on. Look at this. All right, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Slavic. We ask for a significant sentence here. She's done. Judge, thank you. Mr. Combs, lawyer for Combs, can we take a comfort break? Can we take a comfort break? So, Diddy speaks next. Then sentencing. So the judge was ready to hear from him right now. The judge says, Mr. Combs, and the lawyer says, can we take a comfort break? I wonder, I mean, I assume the judge will agree to this, but we'll see. Back at 4 p.m. The judge says back at 4 p.m. 7-minute breaking news from Matthew Lee reports. The judge has said 7 minutes. Diddy speaks at 4 p.m. ET. Diddy speaks next, 4 p.m. Eastern time. Then sentence announced, I guess. I wonder how long Diddy will speak for. Wow, guys. Maybe I'll take a quick comfort break. I should. Hold on. Let me do this. Steve back in 1 minute. I need 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. You take your breaks too right now. Again, I'm coming back in 1 minute. The last speaker before sentencing in this hours-long sentencing hearing is Diddy. So I'll be right back. Okay, I took my break. We're back. We are back. As you can see on the screen, Diddy is going to be speaking next in about 4 minutes. Diddy is going to be the last speaker. 4 minutes. Oh my gosh, crazy. Oops, I need to do this. So I am seeing a report about Hamas right now. I am seeing a report about Hamas. AP says Hamas says it accepts some elements of Trump's peace plan, but others require further negotiation. Yeah, I'm a little confused. I have to, there's a Hamas statement that came out. Aleph posted it. So in one part of the statement says, the movement announces its approval to release all occupation prisoners alive and dead according to the exchange formula mentioned in President Trump's proposal, blah, 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 blah. It confirms its readiness to immediately enter negotiations through mediators to discuss the details. So they're not saying they're done and they're releasing the hostages. So it is just not true that Hamas says, that's it, we've agreed to the peace proposal, we're releasing all the hostages. I'm literally looking at their statement. It says they're going to they're ready. They've approved in theory releasing the hostages, but the details need to be worked out. Okay? So be careful with the headlines that say they've agreed to release all the hostages. They said they've in theory released it, theory agreed to that part of the proposal, but they need to work out more other details and need to negotiate, enter into negotiations. So it's not happening yet. Okay, that being said, it is Diddy is supposed to speak any moment now. So let's get back to that. So any moment now, Diddy is supposed to start addressing the court. Hey, thanks, Thomas Ayala, our new member. Thank you also 1,000 miles away. I really appreciate it. Probably 5,000 miles away today. Thanks, 1,000 miles away. Thanks. I appreciate that. Okay. We are bringing you live coverage here. Oh, I have the wrong thing on. Well, it doesn't matter. I have two shots of the outside. All right, we're waiting for Diddy to speak. I'm waiting to get updates from inside the court from Matthew Lee. Matthew Lee has not posted yet that Diddy is speaking. But as far as I'm aware, that is the last person who will speak before sentencing. By the way, the Times reports that the prosecutor, Christy Slavic, urged the judge to not take Diddy's word that he is a changed man. No updates yet. I'm not seeing updates anywhere that they have that Diddy has started speaking. It is now 4:03. The break was supposed to end at 4. Okay. Greg Carlstrom, who is with The Economist, who I follow, says Hamas, he says, to put this news about Hamas another way, Hamas has agreed to release all the hostages if negotiations over details of the agreement go well and it ensures complete Israeli withdrawal. Greg Carlstrom from The Economist says, but there's good reason to fear the negotiations won't go well, and the plan does not ensure full Israeli withdrawal. So he knows what he's talking about, and he thinks that Hamas's statement means that they've agreed to release the hostages if negotiations over the details of the agreement go well. He says it's not a no, but the deal isn't done yet. Still no update that Diddy is actually speaking yet. He is the last speaker who is supposed to speak. Diddy. The prosecutor, when she was summing up, also said that 5 of Diddy's attorneys spoke on his behalf and didn't talk about the victims of domestic violence he has admitted to, except to argue that Cassie Ventura, quote, wanted to participate in the freak-offs. We are waiting for Diddy to address the court. It is now 4:06. They were supposed to end the break at 4, but I don't see anything yet saying that Diddy is speaking. About 15 minutes ago, the judge said, Mr. Combs, and Combs' lawyer said, can we take a comfort break? Still no updates. Let's see here. Hold on. The New York Times just reported that Diddy asked the judge for 1 minute to prepare his speech. This will be the first time, because I don't believe he took the stand. This will be the first time he will be giving a full statement in this courtroom. They are back. Look at this. They're back. We have reporting right here from Matthew Lee. Sean Combs stands at defense table. One of the hardest things I've had to handle has been having to be quiet and not express how sorry I am for my actions. I don't take that lightly. I would like to apologize to Cassie Ventura and her family. I'll repost that one. Diddy is speaking now. He is speaking right now. Look at that. Okay, another update from Diddy's speech from Inner City Press. Diddy, I apologize to Jane for bringing you into my mess. I would like to apologize to all the victims of domestic violence. I know the disgusting hotel video I think he's talking about triggered people. I was sick from the drugs. I needed help, but I didn't get the help. All right, let's read this again. This is Diddy speaking in court. He says, one of the hardest things I've had to handle was having to be quiet and not express how sorry I am for my actions. I don't take that lightly. I would like to apologize to Cassie Ventura and her family. I apologize to Jane for bringing you into my mess. I would like to apologize to all the victims of domestic violence. I know that the disgusting video triggered people. I was sick from the drugs. I needed help, but I didn't get the help. Thank you, Matthew Lee at Inner City Press for the excellent reporting. If you didn't hear before, I am compensating Matthew to be able to use his reporting today. He does such a good job, Matthew Lee. Update from Matthew, Sean Combs. Here we go, another post. Diddy says, I knew better. My faith taught me better. I'm not this larger than life person. I'm just a human being. I'm trying my best. I lost my freedom and the opportunity to raise my children and be there for my mother. I lost all my businesses. Waiting for the next update. Here it is, another update. Thanks to Matthew Lee. Here is the next update of what Diddy is saying. I hate myself right now. I've been stripped down to nothing. I want to apologize to my 7 children. I'm so sorry. You deserve better. To my mother, I feel you taught me better. Okay, waiting for the next update from Diddy, from his speech. I don't know that this speech will be that long. I don't think he's going to go on for a half an hour. I don't think he's going to give a big legal argument. I don't think. Oh, more from Diddy. More from Diddy here. More from Diddy. I let down my community. I wanted to show we could take care of our own problems. I got lost. I'm not this bad person. I'm sorry to my community. I let y'all down. People can change. I know I've changed. That's the last update I have so far. Waiting for more updates. There you can see, as Matthew Lee has reported, the things he has been saying. Another update from Diddy via Matthew Lee. Diddy says, sometimes you have to go through life experiences. These are not excuses. These are not excuses. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I beg your honor for mercy to be a father again, to be a son again, a leader in my community again, to get the help I need. Update. Great reporting by Matthew Lee. Great job, Matthew, with the updates. Another update. Diddy, I don't want to let God down. I have no one to blame but myself. I know I will never put my hands on another person again. I'm willing to comply with any conditions. Me sharing my story. It's not a scheme to get less time. This story is tragic. So Diddy says, I know I will never put my hands on another person again. Another one, another update from Matthew Lee. Diddy says, if your honor gives me a chance to share my story, this has a positive impact. Thank you to the jury. Your honor gave me the confidence in the jury to believe that I did not have to testify. They sacrificed 8 weeks. I thank them for not guilty. So he was acquitted by the jury of the more serious charges of sexual trafficking and racketeering charges, I believe. Those could have put him away for life. Waiting for the next update. Update. We have a new update. Diddy says, I take full responsibility for my Mann Act convictions. These are these two convictions he's convicted for 2 counts of transportation for the purpose of prostitution, I believe it is. I take full responsibility for my Mann Act convictions. They want you to make an example of me. I want you to think about making an example of what a person can do if they get another chance. Consider the beautiful children who spoke for me, his children. Again, he said, they want you to make an example of me to the judge. I want you to think about making an example of what a person can do if they get another chance. Oh, that's it. He's wrapping up. He wrapped up. Look, breaking news. He wrapped up. There it is. No matter what anyone says, I know I am truly sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. Oh my gosh, guys. Diddy just wrapped up. So now we're waiting for the judge, right? Is that it? I don't think anybody else is speaking. Now, let's see what Matthew has to report. The judge says, let's take 5 minutes. Oh my gosh. Matthew Lee reports, the judge says, let's take 5 minutes. We're taking 5 minutes. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We're taking 5 minutes. Guys, unbelievable. Well, that was fantastic reporting by Matthew Lee. You can follow him for his court coverage at Inner City Press. I am, of course, compensating Matthew to use his reporting today, but he has been doing an incredible job. He is the best at it. Five minutes. It's less than 5 minutes now. So it sounds to me, am I wrong about this? It doesn't sound to me like he's going to take an hour to think about it. He said, let's take 5 minutes. And isn't he just going to announce it in 5 minutes? Because if the judge wanted to take an hour to think about it, he'd say, let's take an hour. I mean, Matthew wrote to me, he said it was going to be soon. So Matthew didn't think it was going to be a long time. Oh my gosh. So remember, it's 2 counts that he's guilty of. Each count carries a maximum of 10 years. The prosecution wants 11 over 11 years. The defense either wants 14 months or get released today. I think officially the defense wants 14 months, which would be, I think he's already served over a year. So it'd be like he would be out by the end of the year. And then the sentencing guidelines, the judge says, are between 70 and 87 months, but the judge can deviate from the sentencing guidelines. We are getting very, very close here. So I believe we're just waiting for the judge to come back from this 5-minute break. And there's no camera in the courtroom, but we'll follow what Matthew is reporting from the courtroom. Yeah, if you guys, I see some people making predictions now in the chat. If you want to let your fellow chatters know what you think, you better say it now. We're not going to have time to do a poll at this point. We got to focus on this. So Matthew has not posted after the break yet. Probably been almost 5 minutes. Some of our viewers are saying 5 years. Remember, he has served about a year, but I assume the year would come out of that. You'd have the amount, and then you could subtract a year for time served. Seven years, 9.5 years, 36 months, seeing some different predictions here. Now, we will have coverage after. We're going to have coverage of people speaking. You can see the video on your screen. So we will have coverage of the legal team speaking. Again, no updates yet about the judge taking his seat again or speaking again. Any moment now. We are waiting for the judge to resume the hearing. Everybody has spoken who was going to speak. It started at 10 Eastern time, this hearing. What is going to happen? I have not yet seen any reporting that the judge has resumed. I'm certainly looking for it. You can see some reporters getting ready at the microphones there. Not reporters, some camera people, I believe, getting ready with the microphones. We're still waiting here. Hey, thank you, Mitchell Pilot. Mitchell Pilot says the tension, the suspense. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. Thomas Ayala as well. Thanks everybody who's tuned in today for this coverage. And shout out to our moderators as well. Thanks so much to our moderators. Oh, give me a second here. Thanks to Jack Overson 1 on Twitch, Aloha Charles, and CC on Twitch. Thanks for your support. Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. Still no update from Matthew or anywhere else that the judge is back. It has been longer than 5 minutes now. Ryan says, hurry up, judge. It is 4:27 p.m. Wow. Thank you, Anthony Cifuentes, for your support. Thanks so much, Anthony. Take a second here. Shout out a couple of the mods while I have a second. Beth Mythical, Sabrina, thank you for moderating. Ruth Krafasi, thank you so much. All of our other YouTube mods, thank you. Sorry if I'm missing any. Trying to do this fast. Twitch mods, thank you too. Idaho Star, I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah, and Papa Bear, thanks so much. Twitch moderators, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Facebook, we have mods like Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Christina Neal, Shannon Davis Hughes, thank you. How we doing here? They're back. Breaking news, we're back. Let's see what the judge says. We're back. Look at this right now. Look at it right now. Look. Right there. Judge, at the outset, I want you to understand, Mr. Combs, you are not being sentenced for acquitted conduct. But under 3553, I must consider many things. Mr. Combs, you are a self-made artist who has inspired the community, I guess a community of color or community of color. Okay, hold on. He's telling him he has inspired community of color. No other update yet. So that's it so far from Matthew Lee. All right, let me keep refreshing. Hold on a second here.
If you're joining us, we're about to get the Diddy.
No other update yet. I'll keep
judge.
refreshing it.
A very long day of hearing. We've been kind of giving you the play-by-play.
And at the outset, I want you to understand, Mr. Combs, you are not being sentenced for acquitted conduct, but under 3553, I must consider many things. Mr. Combs, you are a self-made artist who has inspired community of color. A community of color. Right, hold on a moment. Still no next update. I am trying to get the next update here from, as soon as he posted, from Inner City Press. Next up, we have the next update. Breaking news. Inner City Press. The judge says, we saw the video. The free game course in the in jail, in the detention center. We saw the video your team presented today about you. The free game course in the detention center. The court hopes you continue to expand it. You are devoted to your family. The court, of course, considers the collateral consequences of sentencing you. The court has to consider all your history here. Okay. The judge is still speaking. The judge is speaking. He's about to announce the sentence, I believe. All right, hold on a moment. Let's see if he's posted an update yet. Yes, update. Judge, a history of good works can't wash away the record in this case. You abused 3 women. You used that abuse to get your way. Freak-offs and hotel nights. The evidence of the abuse is massive. I was sitting right here during the testimony. Wow. Again, the judge said the history of good works can't wash away the record in this case. You abused these women. You used that abuse to get your way. Freak-offs and hotel nights. The evidence of the abuse is massive. I was sitting right here during the testimony. Waiting for the next update. All right, hold on a moment. No update yet from the judge. I'm looking for the update from Matthew Lee. We're waiting for the next update from the judge. Here it is. I have the next update right for you right now. Here it is. Here's the next update from the judge. Judge, this was subjugation. That is the reality of what happened. These offenses irreparably harmed 2 women. You plied them with drugs. Why did it happen so long? You had the power and resources to keep it going. You were more than a John. I guess that's somebody who uses a prostitute. Again, the judge says these offenses irreparably harmed two women. You plied them with drugs. Why did it happen so long? You had the power and resources. You had the power and resources to keep it going. It doesn't sound like a minimal sentence is coming up right now. I'll say that. Again, the prosecution has requested over 11 years. The defense has requested 14 months. Hold on a second. Hold on. A significant sentence is required to deter. Breaking news. The judge says a significant sentence is required to deter. You say you're sorry and you won't do it again. After Miss Ventura's civil lawsuit was filed, after the video was public, after an investigation started, you had a brutal hotel night with Jane, punched her in the head. Oh my gosh. Let me just do this here. The judge just said a significant sentence is required to deter. Well, it's going to be a significant sentence then. I don't have an update yet, but I can tell you that's the last thing that was posted by Matthew Lee from the courtroom. Hang on a moment. Update from Matthew. Judge, Jane says he told her, take this pill, go out there and blank his blank. Blank him, I don't care. The court is not convinced this would not happen again. The court has considered the programs. They are outweighed by the trial record in this case. Wow. Wow. This is the judge saying this. The court is not convinced this would not happen again. Waiting for the next update. Great reporting by Matthew Lee at Inner City Press in the courtroom. I don't have the next update yet. Give me a moment. Getting you the next update as soon as it comes out. That right now is the last one. But again, the judge just said a significant sentence is required to deter. The judge also says the court is not convinced that this type of thing would not happen again. Update. 135 months would be more than necessary. That's what the prosecution was asking for. Judge, exploitation and violence against women must be met with real accountability to promote respect for the law. The court reaches a few conclusions. 135 months, which is what the prosecution is asking for, would be more than necessary. So it's not going to be 135 months, which is over 11 years. It's not going to be that. We know it's not going to be that. It's going to be less than 135 months. So we know that so far, but it's going to be a significant sentence. It's going to be a significant sentence, less than 135 months. That's the last update that Matthew has posted. Waiting to hear more. As soon as I have it, I will put it on the screen. But that is the last one I've seen. So what is it going to be? It's going to be less than 135, but it's going to be significant. It's going to be a significant sentence. Still waiting for the next update. Okay, the judge says 14 months would not be sufficient. That's what the defense was asking for. A sentence over 11 years is not reasonable. Even the probation department recommends a sentence less than half of that. That was 70 to 87 months. But 14 months time served would not be sufficient. Okay, so how to read this? Is the judge going to go between? Is the judge going to go higher than the sentencing guideline of 70 to 87 months? So it's going to be more than 14 months, less than 135 months. All right, hold on. Let's see if I can get another update here. Don't have it yet. As you can see, the judge has said 135 months would be more than necessary, but 14 months would not be sufficient. And the judge has said that a significant sentence is needed to deter. All right, hold on a moment here. $50 months! 50 months of incarceration is the sentence. Breaking news. 50 months. 50 months. That's actually less than the guidelines. Here, the data shows a wide variety of sentences, weighing all the relevant factors. The court determines the sentence is 50 months of incarceration. And I'm guessing that includes the year he's done so far. Diddy sentenced to 50 months in prison. Breaking news. Breaking news. Diddy sentenced to 50 months in prison. Again, he has served about 12 months right now. So I guess that would be about 3 more years. Breaking news. You can see it right in front of you. Let me just be absolutely sure and make sure there's not some kind of typo or something. But in the absence of a typo, that's what it is.
Okay, if you were just joining us, we are just tapped in. We were tapped into some court reporters who's reporting a play-by-play of Diddy's sentence. He is sentenced to 50 months in prison, which is roughly 4 years. Which is roughly 4 years, 4.25 years, roughly, something around that. 4 years and 2 months, I think. Which is a significant amount of time. Now, if you deduct the 1 year he's already spent in, he's looking at another 3 years in jail, which is looking crazy, but that's what it's looking like right now. We'll patch back into the announcer who's kind of got a guy in there talking about it, but that's what it seems like is going on. Let's go back over to
from outside. Hold on a second. There's a live shot. Now I need to, there's a second live shot I think I can get you, but give me a moment here. Okay, yeah, hold on a second. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment here. Let me get you the other shot I want to show you. I have a different camera I can get up on the screen here. I'll get you sound from outside too. I'm just preparing this so I can show you, I can show you what I have. Okay, I have that. Let me just see if the judge posted anything else. I'm going to see if the judge said anything else. Hang on. 50 months for Diddy. I don't see anything else yet from Matthew inside the court. All right, let me just keep an eye on the different camera angles I have here. All right, so I have two different angles here. Hold on, I'm going to get the sound on for you.
Okay, all right, yeah. Okay. Because I tried to add them, but it's like being pushed. Okay, right.
Let me just pull up, there's another shot I have that I can show you, but there, that's the second shot right there. We are bringing you live coverage, 50 months, 50. I'm going to actually go with the other shot. Hold on a second here. Let me go with this shot. I'm going to switch shot number 2 to, I think, a better version of shot number 2. We are going to hear from the legal teams, I'm assuming. I'll get you more updates from the courtroom too. I'm just getting this shot prepared for you so we can keep an eye on what's going on at the courthouse. But let me, in a minute, check for updates from in the courthouse. I'm going to check that right now. Oh, a fine of $500,000. A fine of $500,000. All right, hold on a moment. I just saw this from Matthew Lee reporting from in the courthouse. Look at this, guys. Another update here. The court imposes a fine of $500,000. Including to defray the costs of imprisonment. There is no restitution, but there is forfeiture as reflected in the order. I don't know how the forfeiture works. There is a $5,000 fine under the statute and a special assessment $200. The judge also says, I want to speak to the strong women. Hang on a moment here. I want to speak to the strong women who came forward. Miss Ventura and Jane, you've been through trauma we can't imagine. Miss Ventura said it was forced sex and degradation. I want to say, we heard you. That is from the judge.
Read the sentence for it. It's not served.
So again, 50 months, and he's already served 12. I assume he'll get credit for the time he served. The guideline was 70 to 87 months. The judge went below the recommended guideline, which he's allowed to do. All right, let's go back to the outdied shot for a second. Oh, hold on, I have a different shot. Hold on. Look at this. Look at that shot. Look at that shot right there. Oh my gosh. Look, we got the cameras for you. We got people outside, multiple cameras.
This is what we do at sport. I'm trying to do something.
Another comment from the judge. More comments from the judge. The judge says, you weren't just speaking to the jurors, he says to Cassie Ventura and Jane, the victims. You weren't just speaking to the jurors, but to other victims. You stood up to power. It's not easy. Violence behind closed doors doesn't have to stay secret forever. I know you still bear trauma, but you've taught us that you don't have to stay a victim. Thank you to Lorna Landgren, I Am Charlie, Coffee Beard, KWNY Upstate. Some of our viewers like KWNY think he could get out earlier for like good behavior or parole or whatever. I don't know how that works. Maybe he will. Thank you, Richard Haley's, Horeo, Zeppelin 904, Catherine McGraw, Anthony Ciaccio, Cabo, Amy, and Jay. Leon thinks he'll do all his time because it's federal. This I do not know. I got to see what some experts say about this. Thanks also Claire Master over on Twitch and Shadow Elf 85. All right, hold on. We're waiting to hear from the legal teams, I assume.
If you were just joining us, Puff Daddy has just been sentenced to 4.2 years in jail and a fine of $500,000, $500,000 by the judge, which is less than the guidelines they were saying of roughly 70 months. I have a guy who's actually doing a play-by-play on it. He's been doing a great job for the last 6 hours of bringing a play-by-play. There's an in-court reporter in there who's texting and tweeting out the results and what's actually being said. So this has been very helpful just to keep us in the loop. All the statements was heard by Diddy and his team. His children spoke for him. I think he had another pastor, someone speak in his behalf. He also spoke himself. And then after the whole proceedings went through, where the prosecution made their argument, I I think they were pushing for 11 years, which is the maximum sentence I think he could have gotten on this. The judge felt 11 years would have been too excessive, so he decided to just issue a 4-year sentence, 4.2-year sentence. And I'm not sure if that includes time served, which I think he's already been in for about a year. So if it does include time served, it means that he would have an additional 3 years to serve, and also a $500,000 fine. Right now, we're waiting for the attorneys to come out of the courtroom to make their post-sentence statements. We'll go back to the play-by-play by the man who's been covering this for us. So let's go ahead and switch back on over to that.
Be 42 and a half months. That would be 40, right? That'd be 42 and a half months. And he's done about 12 months or so. So it'd be about 2.5 more years, if I have that right. Court is adjourned. Breaking news. Look what Matthew just posted. Guys, court is adjourned. Let me show you. Awesome job by Matthew today. Judge adjourned. Story and next book coming soon. So that's from Inner City Press. Matthew Lee, he's the best at this. He covers certain cases. He goes to the court and he live reports what's going on. I'm paying Matthew today, as he deserves, to be able to show you his reporting. If you want to give him a follow, he is at Inner City Press. You can check out his account. But thank you so much, Matthew, for letting us hear your reporting today. You were incredible. And now we are waiting for people to come out of the courtroom. The court is adjourned. So we're going to hear from Diddy's legal team, I'm assuming. Will we hear from the prosecution too? I would think so. Maybe family members? I don't know. But we are waiting to hear from them. We got 2 different camera angles here. So we'll see. What happens when people come out? Guys, I am aware of Trump's post. To repeat, as I said earlier, Hamas has not agreed to end the war. Hamas has said that there's been some sort of approval for releasing all the hostages, but there need to be further negotiations to discuss the details. As I mentioned earlier, Greg Carlstrom of The Economist, who is their, where is it here? Greg is the Middle East correspondent for The Economist. He says, to put this another way, Hamas has agreed to release all the hostages if negotiations over details of the agreement go well, and if it ensures complete Israeli withdrawal. Greg Carlstrom says, but there's good reason to fear the negotiations won't go well, and the plan does not ensure full withdrawal. So we do not have, the war isn't over in the Middle East. The hostages are not definitely being released. More negotiations to come. It'd be great if they can work it out, but it has not been worked out yet. Okay? Oh, I have to repost this because he reposted, he made a slight edit. So what I'm going to do is I'll repost his version here. Also, something else that, oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on. Look at this. They were just showing people coming out of they're showing people leaving the courthouse now. So soon we are going to hear from Diddy's lawyers and I believe the prosecution.
So this is the main quota. If you can just, if you mind, thank you.
Waiting for people to speak. Munich airport is closed again due to reported drone activity. That's according to Flight Radar 24. Munich airport is closed again due to reported drone activity. We are bringing you live coverage here. The microphones are set up as we wait. Reuters says that the sentence, he had faced up to 20 years behind bars. He had been convicted on 2 counts of arranging for paid male escorts to travel across state lines to take part in drug-fueled sexual performances, sometimes known as freak-offs, with his girlfriends while he recorded video and, I'll say, pleasured himself. Thank you to Maureen Allen. Thank you, Maureen. I really appreciate it. Waiting to hear some speakers coming up. AP says Diddy was sentenced to 4 years and 2 months. Also fined $500,000. Since he has served a year in jail already, this sentence means he would be released in about 3 years if he serves the whole sentence. Yes, he hasn't been in jail since, I believe, last September. Now he will be transferred to a prison, I believe. Hold on a moment. We have a different camera angle here. One of our viewers Godrathoth says from a possible life sentence to 2.5 to 3 years for a one-man RICO, this was a W for Diddy. That's what our viewer Godrathoth thinks.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Good. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Good. Okay, thank you. Mic 2. Okay, sorry. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Good. Okay, thank you.
Mic check. Mic check. They just did a mic check. Lindsey Graham, Republican senator and supporter of President Trump, said Hamas's response to President Trump's peace plan is a classic yes, but. Lindsey Graham says, this is in essence a rejection by Hamas of President Trump's take it or leave it proposal. Lindsey Graham, a Republican senator, says no disarmament, keeping Gaza under Palestinian control, and tying hostage release to negotiations along with other problems.
Oh,
50 Cent, the rapper, just posted.
Yeah, they are.
50 Cent says,
Yeah, why don't you go on the other one?
let me show you what 50 Cent, the rapper, said.
Yeah,
50 Cent says, hey, to whoever was booking Diddy for a speaking engagement, I heard he won't be able to make it. I'm available. The prosecution said that Diddy had booked a speaking engagement for next week.
'50's pretty petty, man. He don't care. This dude just got 4 years in jail, and this dude is being sarcastic after the guy's sentence. I don't know what their beef is. They seem to have something going on between the two of them. It goes deep, much deeper than I initially thought. You know, this is not a good verdict. I mean, it's not the worst. He's not getting 11 years. He's getting a little under half of that. So. My prayers are with his family. I think this, you know, was an interesting case.
So again, any moment now, we're going to be hearing from, I assume, the prosecution and the defense legal teams. Thanks to Jiva86. Thanks for shouting out the mods, Jiva.
It's unfortunate. I think this says that men just have to be careful. I mean, Diddy clearly was a guy with fetishes and things that he liked, and apparently he was joined by his lady. I mean, she had these fetishes. She wanted to book these men, you know, and you know.
Oh, thanks to Lisa Holmes on Facebook for the Facebook stars. I really appreciate that, Lisa Holmes. Thank you. We're still waiting here.
She sued him for millions of dollars, and unfortunately, despite the fact that she won that settlement, I think she got more than $20 million from the guy. She then took him to court, tried to get him life in jail, and it only resulted in him getting about 4 years in jail, in addition to having an extra $500,000 fine. Now, I think there's some lessons for men to learn from this, that you have to tread lightly when it comes to dating women, especially if you are a man of influence, especially if you are a man with power and ability, and who's got a lot to lose. There's certain things and there's certain women that you can't get involved in. Now, I'm not excusing Diddy's behavior. Obviously, I don't condone any man putting hands on any female, which ultimately played a part here because it painted him as a monster. But I just think if you have these random sexual fetishes, then you're not disciplined in terms of how you move. You know, this fate could be for any man who's reckless, and unfortunately, this was the case for Sean Combs. His sexual desires got the best of him. So, in light of that, I think the lesson here is just that you have to, tread lightly. Especially with how you deal with women, especially if you're a man of influence. I'm not a big fan of people piling up on a guy while he's down. I'm not a fan of the lifestyle he lived. It seems like he had some homosexual tendencies and some weird, peculiar fetishes. But in terms of justice, he was facing a RICO charge for consensual sex that he was having with his partner. And it got painted into a whole RICO. Luckily, he didn't have to, he didn't get sentenced or he didn't get convicted of the more serious charges. He did get convicted of the lesser charge, which I believe was transportation of sexual workers and things of that nature. And while some may have thought he should have just gotten time served, it resulted in him getting 4 years in jail. Again, for some people, they think that this is a just hearing, a just outcome. Others may think that maybe he's getting the short end of the stick. But I think there's lessons to be learned from this whole experience, is that you have to tread lightly. You have to, really find God in your life and figure out how to slow yourself down, because the fast life sometimes could catch up with you. So, my prayers go to him and his family. I wouldn't wish prison on anyone, but in this case, this is what the judge felt was necessary to resolve this matter, and this seems to be the outcome. So at this point, we're waiting for post sentencing statements from both the prosecution and the defense, as well as possibly his kids who may want to talk about it. I think they were expecting him to be free. I think he had made arrangements maybe to do a speaking engagement under the assumption that he would be freed. But it seems that the judge determined that 4.2 years in jail is the adequate punishment for the offenses, plus a $500,000 fine. Now, there is a possibility that maybe Trump may pardon him and forgive him so that he doesn't have to spend an extended period of time in jail. Maybe Trump may feel that, time served may give him a pardon. I don't know. And to be honest, I don't know if this is a federal charge or if this is a state charge. If it is federal, I think it's within Trump's powers to pardon him and do something. If it's state, I don't know what, if he has the ability to do that. I think only the state governor or something might be able to commute that sentence. But that being said, we are still awaiting statements from the prosecution and the defense, as well as his family, should they want to speak. All right, let's swing back over to our play-to-play correspondent, who is kind of reading texts, internal things that was being streamed inside the courtroom. I thought it'd be important to bring that to the forefront.
What's up, twins? Quincy, what's up, man? King Cole, pull your head, baby. King Cole, yo. Yo, King. How do you guys feel? Too long? You guys upset? What is going to be written down on paper? Transportation of prostitutes. How does that
He spoke to law enforcement, the prosecutors, but the court did not allow many of the witnesses who were willing to testify, probably because of judicial economy, because the trial would have been very long. I don't know. 148 months is what the sentence was. I think the judge was very thoughtful. He didn't do the 11 years that the prosecutor wanted, and nor did he do the 14 months that the defense wanted. So Mr. Combs will be in prison for a while. He basically had a lot of good things to say, the judge did, about Mr. Combs and his contribution to the community over many years and to racial justice. But on the other hand, he has to pay the price for what he did. He could have had 10 years for each of the two counts of the violation of the Mann Act, which is going across state lines for the purpose of prostitution. So I think all in all, he gave the sentence that was recommended by the probation office. And so that's somewhere in between what the prosecution wanted and what the defense wanted. So it's finally over, except that there will be appeal, of course, by Mr. Combs, a very large legal team. And so we'll see what happens on appeal. Yeah, the argument was by the defense that that really this was just watching sex, and so that's free speech. But the judge did not agree to that argument. It wasn't about filming. He said you can't launder an illegal act into a constitutional right, because that would otherwise be a very narrow interpretation of the Mann Act. So it was about committing a crime, because he pointed out that Mr. Combs had in fact participated and sometimes had sexual interaction with Jane and also with Cassie. So it wasn't just about watching, he actually participated in it. So I think he's got a good argument, and I don't think that the defense has a good argument on appeal. So he could have gotten 20 years, 10 years consecutively for each count, and now he has 148 months for a sentence. Many of my clients were very concerned that he might walk free by the end of this year, time served, and then a couple more months. And they were very much afraid that he would retaliate against them. And so I think that they will be happy that he will be at least in prison for a number of years. I think they'll feel comforted on that. So thank you. Okay, all right.
If you were joining us, that was just some statements made, but I believe by the prosecution's defense, stating that she thinks victims will be happy with him spending some months in prison and not getting off to scotch-free. Take it.
Okay, I'll get the call. Is she the mom? She called the mom? Yeah. No, I think so. Okay.
Yeah, no, you have to kneel down or I don't know. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you. They're not that cool. Right by the door. Mom's coming out right now. Who's coming out? Right now. Mom.
If you guys missed that, they're saying that his mother is coming out, possibly to make a statement. I don't know if she'll speak, but I'm guessing it's a pretty somber mood for her. That is Sean Combs' mother.
Good.
Make a statement. She's taking her support.
How do you feel, Mom? How do you feel? How do you feel, Mom? Are you happy? How do you feel, Mom?
Is that she just thank her supporters and hop in the car. And this is evidence that they're not exactly pleased with the verdict because it means that he has to be in jail for at least another 3 or 4 years, depending on whether or not they gave him credit for the time he's already served. I don't like jail for anyone. It's unfortunate. It's an unfortunate situation. I guess this is the justice that the victims deserve in this case. how the judge feels about it.
Yes. Watch your back. Get on the sidewalk.
Is that it for people? Seriously, more people? I think this is for the witness.
Or should like a witness for him? I think so, yeah. Sorry. See the dog.
There is a person dressed as a dog behind the sign saying Israel controls America. I'm just like so confused. There is too much going on. You get a mental hospital, like a hospital, or just like what's going on?
As we said,
Why? It's a circus, yeah. What the American like third wing circus, something like this? Like the third wing circus, I think that's the expression. Something like this. And Britney Spears. I'm like, and there is Joe in the middle. And there is Joe from AP in the middle.
Yeah, Joe is there.
He's trying to survive.
I think he just arrived.
Oh my god.
He just arrived. Watch your back. We're going to open this up. There's that woman in gray. She's a witness. Are we done with the Combs family?
Yeah, I think we are. Oops, sorry.
While we're waiting for post-sentencing comments from the defense, here's the video, the actual video. It's about an 11-minute video that was actually shared in the courtroom, I believe, during the sentencing hearing. I just got access to it, so let me go ahead and play it right now. Let's share this tab. Here. Okay. So this is the sentencing video that his family, I guess, released to the judge so that he can be somewhat lenient on the sentencing. It's an 11-minute video.
When my baby cries. You gotta give her a bottle then. Know that you mean something to people. Know that you mean something to people. Like you live somewhere in people's heart. My nose fell off. No, my lip fell off. Thank you. You wear it? You inspire, you energize, and you've left that for the rest of the existence of this planet, man.
One thing about great producers is they make you want to do better and be better about what you do. And he made me feel like I could do anything and go anywhere.
From New York. I love New York. I love the city of New York. I love the children of New York. I wanted to do something good. I wanted to get my generation in the hip hop community behind us. They come through in a big way. And we wanted to raise some money for the children of New York City for health and education. We have a huge education crisis. And, you know, this is just a start. It's something we're going to be committed to. I'm going to be committed to for a lifetime. And it's no better way than taking it to the streets. It's a beautiful city running all around. The city's going to be painful. It's going to be rough. But, you know, if we get through it, then it'll show kids and everybody else that, you know, finish what you start and you can do anything you put your mind to. Any of y'all go to public school? Yeah. Okay, y'all running to raise money for your schools. So y'all get more books and computers and stuff like that. I just feel like it's important that us, you know, young adults of power, that we look out for y'all. And we utilize our power to make sure y'all all right in the future. Put everything you can into your work, you know. Don't think the cool thing is not to do your work. Don't think the cool thing is to hang on the corner with your friends and to talk about stuff that ain't gonna protect your future.
What did you learn about him as a man who was taking up a new sport?
Well, you know, I was actually very impressed. You know, a lot of people think it's just a celebrity stunt, that he isn't serious about his running. He is as serious about his running, has been the last 9 weeks as a lot of these guys in the lead pack. I mean, he's really devoted and dedicated himself to running. You know, he's had some knee problems, and a lot of people don't think he's going to finish. He is going to finish, even if he has to do it on one leg, because he's raised a lot of money for kids' charities, and he's not going to let all those people down.
Let's go. Where we going? We're going straight to the top, baby. Let's go is a constant reminder. Let's go. Boom. Live in the present. Sometimes, you know, you daydreaming. Sometimes, you know, Uncle Diddy got to hit you with let's go. Clap it up on the sideline. Let's get our energy right. Come on. To make sure that you pursuing your dream, that you staying focused. Let's go. Let's keep going forward. Let's go means let's be positive. Let's take it up another notch. Let's go spend time with our kids. Let's go. Let's give thanks to God. Let's go. You know, let's turn it up. Let's get in the vocal booth. Let's stop procrastinating. Let's go. You know, let's understand what it's going to take to achieve that dream.
So instead of talking about the guns and the violence, I was always talking about a better life. Places we didn't go before, things we never wore, cars we never drove, houses we never lived in. I think I brought an aspiration to hip-hop. Tried to take it out of just being street. All whole stuff was a fantasy and a dream that I always felt would come true.
Are you researching dental implants?
There's a lot of dental offices that'll talk about doing their teeth in the day process. A lot of times what they mean is they'll do the surgery and give you some sort of teeth the next day, but those teeth are not permanent teeth. They're temporary teeth that you wear while you're healing.
In the old way, you would get a set of acrylic or temporary material teeth that gets screwed right onto the implants.
In reality, you're getting, let's say, a converted denture. These small-to-day teeth that you get too, they're made with dentures. It's basically plastic. It's going to break. Here at UVA, we're able to deliver permanent teeth in 24 hours.
24 hours after my surgery, my beautiful arches were fixed in my mouth. And not only did I have a bite and a smile, but a lot less mental anxiety.
People are always asking me, are those permanent? Are they going to last?
I started out just like you guys. I come from New York. I grew up in Harlem. I used to have to wear a uniform every day. Had to get up early in the morning, had to travel to go to school. I worked hard, just like you guys are working. This country and this world we live in may have planned for y'all. I didn't listen to that, and I don't want y'all to listen to it either. Y'all are great. Y'all are kings. Y'all are queens. Y'all are leaders. I just got so excited because this is truly a dream come true for me. And I'm happy to say this is our third school we have opened. It's official. When we come together as a people, nothing can stop us. What I want to do with my freedom is, make sure that I can make change.
And I found out that Mr. Sean Diddy Combs posted me on Instagram.
We met Sean Diddy Combs for the first time, and Sean gave Trey a $25,000 grant, which allowed us to open a physical store.
Revolt, as one of the only Black-owned networks, we have to own something. We have to have something that's ours. We have to have something that we can control our narrative, and we could speak about things that are important to us, and we could have a platform and a foundation to be free. But I want to get advice from y'all. I want to not just have a one-way conversation.
We need a platform where they can put artists that are different, really different, that we can get a shot on other stations.
Working for Revolt TV and working for Diddy was absolutely life-changing. It was the best job I've ever had. I learned excellence through him.
I don't see enough of things truly changing. And I don't understand how we are the richest, most powerful country in the world, and it seems like we can't solve the problems within our own communities.
African American communities are last. And the only people that are going to change that is us. We have to stand strong together, and we have to get to that change.
You will change the world.
I've been to hell,
Yeah,
but I'm gonna make it.
you want to make it. That's right. Now I got something for you. Remember I told you I had a present for you?
Yeah. Ain't that pretty?
This is a heart, because you my heart.
Oh.
All right?
Okay.
You my heart.
Okay.
May God bless you and keep you happy and keep you thinking positive. Everything's not going to be perfect at this time in life. And you good. You're a good person that understands reality. So we're gonna accentuate the positives in life. Because you're doing great, girl. You're doing great.
God knows.
You know what I'm saying? You're doing great. I want you to be happy about your life. You're doing great. We got a lot of living to do now. We got a lot of living to do. Don't have me come behind me. I'll be taking you everywhere. You be going everywhere.
hang out together.
Okay, what's your
When
name?
you were a little boy,
Hi.
Jeannie Ned.
Okay, Jeannie.
Yeah, you just keep hanging in there.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm telling you right now, you did a great job. I'm wrapping my head around and meeting you, and also telling you did a great job at the same time.
That means
So
a lot.
pleasure to meet
That
you.
means a lot.
I'd rather at the end of the day be the one standing there with you was the best person. You made us feel the best as a person. How old are you?
2.
How old are you? 2. You got a 2. That's 2.
My name is Pookie the Bird. Pookie.
Happy birthday.
Wash your hands, 'cause we're gonna be shucking it up. Yeah, hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Thank you, God.
Today, God is the greatest. He blessed me and my girlfriend Kim in the world with 2 beautiful baby girls.
She's sleeping.
We have breaking news to tell you about now. Model and actress Kim Porter, who shares 3 children with Sean Diddy Combs, has been found dead.
She just loved me unconditionally, you know. She just loved me just for me. It's like the closest you could be like with a person.
I get to thinking about her, and I go to crying about her.
Today, now I'm a full-time dad, and I'm gonna be there for you through everything, all of y'all. Every Sunday, I gotta slow everything down and do the family ritual, get the family together, make sure the girls watching church.
There is a definition of grace that is more.
Pops, I love you. Thank you for loving us. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for inspiring. I've looked up to you and admired you outside of you just being my father, just you being just a great human being, a kind human being. I love how you inspire me to keep going, to never stop following my dreams, to always believe in myself.
See your foot, put in that middle part.
Yeah, I did it.
I wanted to tell you how much I love you, how much I care for you. Thank you for being so supportive of me and my siblings' dreams, for always encouraging us to go for whatever we want.
We love you. We can't wait to make more memories with you. Just want to thank you for everything you do for us. And you're loved more than you think.
I had to pick which trophy I want the best person trophy. And I know in order for me to get into heaven, I'm not going to get in there, well, come on in heaven, you had 20 hit records. That don't mean nothing. And that's what this world is for. They're going to say, oh, come on in heaven, you was a nice person. I love you.
I love you so much.
I love you so much. I love you so much.
Hi, Daddy.
There we go. That was a heart-touching video that was played in court by Puffy and his team. I think it really does speak to the fact that we'll shift over to the post job. But I think that video speaks to the fact that this guy was a human being with a family. And I think it's interesting in these moments when you can accomplish a lifetime of success and do so many good things for a lot of people's lives. And then there's a spot on your record There's something, some blemish, some dirt, some stuff that isn't, pleasant, isn't the type of thing you would want showcased in the world. And that overshadows all the positive things that you've done. And I think we fall victim to that. When the crowd is throwing stones at you for that one thing you may have done that people didn't appreciate, or that paints you in a bad light, everything else you did gets overshadowed. Not too often do we see Puff Daddy portrayed as a father, portrayed as a person who's influenced and helped others. He's opened 3 schools. He's done a number of things. And there are plenty of people who are not as accomplished, who hasn't done as much good as this guy has done. Now, me making this statement, I am not condoning the fetishes and the behaviors that he has. But what I am saying is that I think it's only fair to look at the totality of the man's life and not just the part of it that's got the blemish and the issues. Because we all, as human beings, have stains on our lives. We have our bright moments, and we also have our low moments that, if it was televised, we probably wouldn't love being chastised and ridiculed by the world if we just highlighted and focused on the blemishes on our record. And it's unfortunate because, again, this isn't a life sentence. It's a 4-year sentence, which I think, is what the judge felt was fair to the victims, taking nothing away from the victims. I do believe that they deserve justice if there was coercion, if there was these things. But I also think on the flip side of things, there is a disruption in the lives of the people that this man influences. He had a staff. He was providing, income to a number of people. There was a number of families that got supported by this man and what he stood for, the brands that he's built, the legacy that he's built. And, the disruption of him going to jail does play a part in the livelihood of so many other families that depended on him. And so that's something that I think it's important to keep in play. I am not of the mindset that we should pile on to people. In fact, the Bible says that even if somebody that your enemy is facing hardship, we shouldn't celebrate his downfall, or else the wrath of God will be turned on us. I'm not here to celebrate the downfall of Diddy or the fact that he got this 4-year sentence. I'm here to pray for him and to pray that God can reform his life and continue to take him on a direction that is more pleasing to God. I'm not here to ridicule him any more than he's already been ridiculed, or to join the chorus of people who wants to throw rocks on the man's name and totally diminish his legacy. Again, I don't condone the lifestyle he lived, especially pertaining to his little sexual fetishes and things of that nature. I don't condone that. And I don't condone the beating of women. I don't condone abusing women in any way, shape, or form. That being said, I also think that this is a human being who has another side of the coin. Despite the blemishes on his record, he does do good for a lot of other people. He has made an impact, a positive impact on other people's lives. And it's unfortunate that things played out in the way that they did. They had to be victims of his, or that he himself had to be a victim to his own conduct. But at the end of the day, I do want to highlight the fact that there are positives to this man's life as well that shouldn't be overlooked solely because of this blemish on his record. Again, we're all human beings, and I think we should always be gracious and merciful to each other and forgiving. My prayers go out to Cassie and her family and all the other victims. My prayers go out to them. My prayers go out to Sean Combs and his family. While he's going to have to sit down and do this time, my prayers go out to him as well. And I just encourage, my listeners to balance their emotions when it comes to this situation. The media is great at elevating someone and then totally bashing them. You saw that happen with Michael Jackson. They elevate him, then totally bash him. You saw that happen with Bill Cosby. They elevate him, totally bash him. You saw that happen with R. Kelly. Elevate him, totally bash him. And a lot of times, you know, some men are viewed, especially black men, are viewed as a point of attack. Now, this is not some race thing, but I'm simply saying that, you know, this man did make something of his life through hard work. And, you know, though his character still needed to be developed in a lot of other ways, and there were other habits that he had that ultimately led to his downfall, I don't want to diminish the good that he's done. So I want to speak to that, you know. So with that said, I also encourage, for those of you who have, you know, followed along with this live stream, which is going on close to 8 hours now, I'm going to encourage you to stay connected and to let your voice be heard by weighing in what your opinions are, your thoughts are through the comment section, but also just to, you know, share your thoughts, like and subscribe, and stay and add to the conversation. My prayers go out to everyone who's been listening, to their families, and I just wish everyone well. All right, that's it for me. We handing out.